Okay. I think that we are live now. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I think we are broadcasting officially on Twitch and YouTube. It always takes a second for it to get going, so I'm just making sure that Producer Berg has me set up here. Okay, I think we're good. So I'm going to get started. Welcome in. Good evening. Welcome to the show. It's May 18th, 2026. I'm your host, Rathbone. We have a lot of news to cover today. Trump has called off his planned airstrike against Iran, which was supposed to happen tomorrow. It's funny how he announced that he'll be striking Iran on Taco Tuesday. Yeah, okay. There was also a shooting in San Diego at a mosque. We'll take a look at that as well. I'm sure that's being politicized as we speak. And also Thomas Massie is getting primaried, also as we speak, by AIPAC, who is trying to defeat him from the House of Representatives in Kentucky. Thank you, Squish, for becoming a subscriber here, 19 months strong. I do appreciate your patronage. Is it called off or postponed? We don't know. We'll take a look at it, okay? I characterize it as being called off. Who knows? Probably postponed, okay? Probably postponed. We know that Trump likes to play this little game. But I want to start tonight by talking about more fundamental philosophical concepts that inform our worldview and also the process of educating ourselves into the appropriate worldview. As this is an educational stream, first and foremost, don't laugh, it is. I'd like to talk about my own political awakening, and yours as well, in fact, because I believe that in the course of everyone's lives, there comes a point where one experiences an awakening. Suddenly there's this entire shift in your thinking. What once confused you now makes perfect sense. You know why things are the way that they are. You don't really have as many questions as you once did. You decide to stop listening and start talking. But that path is very tough. I mean, it's fraught with all kinds of challenges. It's very challenging, in fact. You actually have to do a lot of unlearning and cutting loose a lot of people and relationships that didn't serve you and your higher self. Things that you took for granted are suddenly cast into doubt. Values that you once had now seem trivial. You realize that a lot of the archetypes that you've had in your mind about your goals, dreams, desires, beliefs, they were all placed there by somebody else or another entity that's alien to you in this society that has very definite objectives, very definite political aims and motives for advancing these archetypes. And lo and behold, those motives are also antithetical to the dignity of your own living conditions, or even the value of your own life and what it means to be human. I am speaking from experience, of course. I've undergone my own crystallization, if you'll allow the term, my own integration, and I can attest to the process and how it happened for me. And I can confidently say that in my own life, at the crucial points, the times that tested or threatened my own personal integrity or autonomy, I always chose myself. I always listened to my higher self. It's the only reason that I'm talking to you right now with the platform that I do have. I always stayed true to who I was, and I don't mean that in some narcissistic way. I mean it in a societal sense. I just mean that I was impervious to corruption, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. Even if I couldn't articulate it, somehow I knew. But anyway, all that to say that I think this shift that happens to people is very important. And you won't really know that you're in it until you're past it, I think. And there will be dark things that will happen. You'll be confronted with yourself. You know, we all have to do shadow work. We all have to do shadow work to be a fully integrated human being. That's just how it goes. So we want to go past the surface, you know, and I think that's why I gravitate towards a teacher like Mao Zedong. And don't laugh, because I know that's a very political figure, and it's very, you know, when people say certain names, they pearl clutch. And I think he was concerned with the same philosophical questions that I'm plagued with, and that's why I like to read his work, because it's very core, it's very fundamental. It seems like the most basic things that we need to grasp before we can go any further. And I think he does a great job of simplifying that ideology or that process. And he talks a lot about how, you know, like we talk about, quantitative changes lead to qualitative shifts in form. Literally more or less of a thing eventually produces something of quality that is different than what came before it. And, you know, in the course of my own life and the course of your own life, we all have real world experiences that inform our worldview, and they, you know, eventually, after we have enough days on this earth, we start to form conclusions and we start to believe in ideas, and we have a theory about how the world works. And just to give you an example of like graduating past this level of sense perceptions and impressions to understand the full contradictory nature of all things living or non-living, which Mao very eloquently encapsulates and articulates in his work. I was trying to think of examples, and you know, one surface example that I thought of was like, okay, a volcano erupting. A child, for example, might see a volcano erupting and say something like, "There's fire in the sky," which that's true. I mean, that's a true conclusion. I mean, that's what's happening on the surface, right? But a fully integrated human with real-world experience and knowledge and information might be able to connect the volcano's eruption to past, present, and future events that have been, are, and will be. Maybe they'd be able to tell us what the eruption says about events that are unseen miles beneath the surface in the Earth's mantle, and then connect that perhaps to the larger global climate and historical trends. Or even further, might be able to infer conclusions as to what effect policy decisions made by the US government can have on exacerbating or minimizing cataclysmic climate events like a volcanic eruptions. All these things are connected, right? But a child won't see these things past the surface event of fire being in the sky, because a child hasn't accumulated enough life experience. It's literally a quantitative, measurable metric. And so Mao takes us through the different stages of cognitive development. Another example you can think about is object permanence. When a mom leaves her baby's field of vision and the baby starts crying, it's crying because it thinks that the mom is lost forever. It doesn't realize that she still exists, even though the baby can't see her. But as we know, experience teaches. The mom comes back enough times, the baby realizes unconsciously that she's not gone forever, and it stops freaking out every time. So what we do on this stream here is put things together. It's a big puzzle. We're putting all of our pieces together so it fits nice and squarely in our minds. That's our goal. We're connecting the dots like the volcano guy I mentioned earlier. I want you intellectually armed for self-defense because we're all hearing the same things from the same kinds of people. So lots of people don't get why I, take the time out of my stream to confront bad faith chatters, keyboard warriors who are petty and who want to be critical. But it's because I want you to learn from me how to respond to these people in your own lives. And that's not to presume that you need my help, but I'm punching my ticket. I'm making myself visible. I'm showing you how I would do it, and maybe that'll inspire you to do it in your own way. Because we shouldn't be cowering before these people or these arguments. And I do like to make examples out of people for that reason. I mean, after all, we are fighting an information war. It's a psychological war, and we don't have the choice to not fight it or fight. I mean, I guess some of us do, but I think they represent the worst of us. The worst of us don't even recognize we're in a battlefield. I think we're at Chuck E. Cheese or something. But once you start connecting all these events together, you form conclusions, you have more ideas, and before you know it, you have an ideology, you have a theory about the way that the world works. So the next time you put on Netflix and you're watching the new season of Euphoria and you hear them start talking about the Israelites and how they were justified in doing barbaric shit in the 3rd BC, 3,000 years ago or whatever, you'll know it's literally because of Producerberg. Producerberg is behind it. But I want to show you, so let me see if I can pull this up. Let's go to React. Here we go. So this is one of my favorite pieces of literature. It's On Contradiction, written by Mao in August of 1937. I've read it many times on stream, sometimes in full, sometimes just paragraphs of it. But it's something that I recommend to all of my listeners to read. It's really not, it's not that long. It's, a few chapters, but I think it's really crucial. It's really significant to understand these ideas and then try to apply them to your own lives. Let's ask let's go here. Explain how Mao talks about the different stages of cognitive development in the journey of becoming a fully integrated human. So it says, in his foundational essay On Practice, Mao Zedong outlines a dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. He details the journey of human development as a continuous cyclical progression from passive sensory observation to active social transformation. The cognitive journey of becoming a fully integrated human is divided by Mao into two primary stages, linked by a leap in consciousness. And that's what I think I'm speaking to. That leap in consciousness happens to us all at a certain point. It doesn't happen at the same time for every person. It depends a lot on the external forces as well, your external conditions, and your own particular life experience. So the first stage of perceptual knowledge is the phenomenal. This is the starting point for all human cognition. When interacting with the world, human beings first register only the surface level, separate and external aspects of things. Countless phenomena from the external world are reflected in the brain through the five senses. The limitation is that at this rough stage, humans collect basic data, impressions, and sense perceptions, but they cannot form deeper concepts or draw logical conclusions. A lot of the keyboard warriors that we encounter on this stream seem to have this be their default setting. Number two would be the leap to rational, logical knowledge, the essence, to grasp the essence of things. That's what we want to understand. As a person continues their engagement with the world, these sense perceptions accumulate and are repeated many times. This results in a sudden qualitative leap in the brain. How it works: the brain moves from mere phenomena to the essence and internal relations of objective things. It is the stage of forming concepts, making judgments, and drawing logical inferences. The result is that humans are now able to grasp the totality of their environment rather than just its isolated, separate aspects. I think a lot about the contradiction between science and religion, too, when I'm looking at this, because at a certain point in our own evolution in human societies and human psychology, we would look upon isolated phenomena like the volcano that I just mentioned, and because we couldn't explain it, because we didn't have science, because we didn't have tools, because we didn't investigate, we were confounded by these natural events. And so what did we do? We relied on religious mythology. We concocted these crazy stories about, unseen spiritual forces that are actually, guiding everything. And there was this whole, mythology that was born about all these gods and stuff. But as we have grown more knowledgeable and scientific, there has been a diminishment of the role that religion plays in our society. And I think that's happened. I mean, one could argue that it should be more so. I mean, religion should, at this point, because we are so scientific and so knowledgeable, it should play even less of a role at this point. But sadly, that's not the case. And I'm not being anti-religious. I just don't think that religious groups and religious ideologies should have political power. That's it. I don't discriminate against religions on the face of it, okay? So returning to practice would be the third point here. Mao argues that obtaining rational knowledge is not the end of the cognitive journey. A fully integrated human does not simply study the world philosophically, so they use the knowledge to change it. They apply the knowledge. So the newly formed concepts must be applied back into active social practice, such as class struggle, production, and scientific experiment. Also, another point is that all of your interactions and all of the many different settings are different kinds of experiences. They're different kinds of information, so they reinforce ultimately what is to be your final conclusion as you grasp the essence of things. I know that kind of sounds vague, but it is sort of an abstract concept. The ultimate goal, by continuously comparing theory against practical results, humans bridge the gap between subjective consciousness and objective reality. There's another contradiction for you. Ultimately transforming society, overcoming individualism, and becoming fully integrated with the masses. Mao summarized this progression of achieving a completely developed conscious human as an infinite cycle. Practice, cognition, practice again, cognition again. Through this endless upward spiral, both the individual and society grow and develop. That's beautiful, I think. Let's read this really quickly, this short essay that he wrote in 1963, towards the end of his life. Where do correct ideas come from? Do they drop from the skies? No. Are they innate in the mind? No. They come from social practice, and from it alone. They come from three kinds of social practice: the struggle for production, the class struggle, and scientific experiment. It is man's social being that determines his thinking. Once the correct ideas characteristic of the advanced class are grasped by the masses, these ideas turn into a material force which changes society and changes the world. I think a lot about what I'm doing here in this space is lobbing out these haymakers, these little, can we call them IEDs? I don't know. Into the terrain of acceptable ideas. We're hoping things take off. We're hoping that these ideas will become more popular, because they need to be. We need to expand the Overton window, right? So we're trying to be effective communicators and influence and shape the public mind to root out this parasitic cultural hegemony of capitalism, as I would classify it. In their social practice, men engage in various kinds of struggle and gain rich experience, both from their successes and from their failures. Countless phenomena of the objective external world are reflected in a man's brain through his five sense organs, just like we were just talking about. The organs of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. At first, knowledge is perceptual. The leap to conceptual knowledge, to ideas, occurs when sufficient perceptual knowledge is accumulated. And that's a quantifiable metric, right? This is one process in cognition. It is the first stage in the whole process of cognition, the stage leading from objective matter to subjective consciousness, from existence to ideas. Whether or not one's consciousness or ideas, including theories, policies, plans, or measures, do correctly reflect the laws of the objective external world is not yet proved at this stage, in which it is not yet possible to ascertain whether they are correct or not. Then comes the second stage in the process of cognition, the stage leading from consciousness back to matter, from ideas back to existence, in which the knowledge gained in the first stage is applied in social practice to ascertain whether the theories, policies, plans, or measures meet with anticipated success. Generally speaking, those that succeed are correct, and those that fail are incorrect. And this is especially true of man's struggle with nature. Are you tracking? Are you tracking? This is going to be on the quiz. In social struggle, the forces representing the advanced class sometimes suffer defeat not because their ideas are incorrect, but because in the balance of forces engaged in struggle, they are not as powerful for the time being as the forces of reaction. Kind of puts things in perspective as to what we're going through right now. You know, the subordinate aspect, you know, in this ideological war that we're waging is not yet powerful enough, not yet strong enough to overcome the dominant aspect. Although that is, I think that's changing. They are therefore temporarily defeated, but they are bound to triumph sooner or later. Man's knowledge makes another leap through the test of practice. This leap is more important than the previous one, for it is this leap alone that can prove the correctness or incorrectness of the first leap. The first leap in cognition. Thank you for those supers. I do appreciate that. The example, the ideas, theories, policies, plans, or measures formulated in the course of reflecting the objective external world. There is no other way of testing truth. Furthermore, the one and only purpose of the proletariat in knowing the world is to change it. Often, correct knowledge can be arrived at only after many repetitions of the process leading from matter to consciousness and then back to matter. I mean, you know, just putting this in perspective, you know, and this is somebody that not only talked about it, but walked about it, did the thing. And I'm thinking about all of the liberal truisms that we've accepted tacitly in this society, axiomatically, and how they're totally averse to any form of investigation. It's just bloviating nonsense out of the West. Such is the Marxist theory of knowledge, the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. Among our comrades, there are many who do not yet understand this theory of knowledge. When asked the sources of their ideas, opinions, policies, methods, plans, and conclusions, eloquent speeches, and long articles, they consider the question strange and cannot answer it, nor do they comprehend that matter can be transformed into consciousness, and consciousness into matter, although such leaps are phenomena of everyday life. It is therefore necessary to educate our comrades in the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge so that they can orientate their thinking correctly, becoming good at investigation and study, and at summoning and summing up experience, overcoming difficulties, and committing fewer mistakes, doing their work better, struggling hard so as to build China into a great and powerful socialist country and help the broad masses of the oppressed and exploited through the world. in fulfillment of our great internationalist duty. Okay, so I think I'm off my soapbox. There's an echo? Oh, shit. I bet there's not now, is there? Damn it, that whole time I had an echo, huh? And you didn't even let me know? Is it better now? I'm sorry about that. Fuck. Fucking shit, man. God damn it. Yes, there was an echo, so I was told, Saeed. Thank you for liking my monologue. That was kind of a monologue, wasn't it? I just wish the sound was okay. This is something I've been thinking about and wanted to share it with you. Some people didn't hear an echo, but some of you did. We're going to redo the whole thing. I'm sorry, I blacked out. I don't even know what I said. I don't think I can fix it in post. That's the sad part. But, you know, I think, you know, I always just talking about what we're talking about, right? Like, the more that I stream, the more that I do this, I have a lot more insights. I have, you know, I'm always reflecting on how to do things better. And I receive so many downloads each night just about how to be more insightful. And I think a lot of times I give commentary and I'm not actually speaking to the concepts that inform my commentary. And I wanted to do that for my audience because I have the confidence. I have the confidence because I've done the studies. You know, I've done the studying. I've read. You know, I've read these books. I've taken in a lot of new ideas, and I want to be able to integrate those ideas into my own analysis. And I don't think that that's always readily evident or obvious to people. Like some of these really basic things, you know, it's underrepresented in our society. We don't talk about a lot of core concepts, a lot of philosophical questions about how the world works, you know, what the nature of things are. And it can be confusing. And one thing I like about Mao is that it's something that comports with my own thinking, is that he also says, like, there's a lot of information out there. There's so many phenomena, there's so many things to talk about. It's quite easy to distract oneself. So part of that dialectical process is sifting through bullshit and having a good, you know, built-in bullshit detector and knowing which pieces of information advance the principal issue, advance, you know, the progression, the evolution. And so we're trying to focus on those really principal issues, the principal contradictions. There's infinite amount of contradictions in the world. Everything contains contradictions. There's contradictions within contradictions within contradictions. And there's so many different things to point out that are seemingly contradictory. But we're trying to pay attention to the really important ones right now. And, you know, that's how it works. You have to decode what's principal in order to move on to what's secondary and tertiary. And I think that's how the world works. I think that's what we need to do. So anyway, let's get to some of the top stories now. And this will be something I'm sure we revisit, obviously. So there was a shooting in San Diego. A mosque was shot up. There's 5 dead. The 2 suspects are dead as well. Let's get an update on this.
It is just a little over 2 hours ago, authorities were called to the Islamic Center of San Diego due to reports of gunshots. He said they arrived within about 4 minutes, police did, and then found these 3 men victims in the parking lot of the mosque. He said authorities then went to try to enter the mosque, as they often do. They'll try to identify any potential shooter, but then police got calls of yet more shots fired.
Let me know if the volume is not good.
At another area near the mosque, they then went to that location. They said they learned that there was a landscaper there who had been fired upon, but thankfully was not struck by bullets. But here, I have to admit, Jake, is the most strange, bizarre, however you want to describe it, part. Authorities say that they found 2 men ages 17 and 19 in a vehicle they believe to be the suspects. They believe they died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. That raises a lot of questions about, A, who those people are, but obviously what potential motivation there was here. We have had this question over the last couple hours whether the shooter or shooters, plural, may have been associated with this mosque or whether this was complete, targeted violence from the outside. We did appear to get some indication of an answer to that from the police chief, because he said that they have now brought in the FBI, the San Diego field office. He said they are treating this as a hate crime until they've determined that it's not. And of course, what that signals to us is that that would not appear to be someone who was a member of the Islamic Center there, if they're describing this as a hate crime. But again, a lot of questions here. We've covered, you and I, so many acts of mass violence in this country, so many shootings. Rarely do you ever see 2 people engaged in the same type of targeted act of violence in a shooting. But here, authorities say they believe that these 2 teens are indeed the suspects.
Thank you, Mortiferum, and thank you for that big time super. I appreciate it.
A lot of questions about who they are, what the motivation was, and obviously why they decided to take their own lives outside this houses of worship. We often say that there are a lot of questions, more questions than answers. This is truly one of those very peculiar situations that authorities are trying to get to the bottom of, Jake.
Steve Moore, what was your first reaction to what we heard from police, the San Diego Police Department, about the shooting at the largest mosque in San Diego County?
Yeah, the 2 that did this were obviously troubled young males. This is why mental health is so important.
I was kind of surprised at the fact that we didn't know that there were 5 fatalities until now. It obviously happened in a very short amount of time when and they found the shooters fairly quickly. What's interesting to me, Jake, is that obviously 2 shooters, you rarely get that. The other thing is that I responded to an active shooter one time who went to a Jewish community center. After escaping from the Jewish community center, he shot a postal worker who was non-white. And the reason was he was a white supremacist, and that was fair game for him. The fact that they just randomly shot at a gardener makes me wonder if they had an agenda that would involve, white supremacy, something like that, that would cause an anger at Muslims, and at the same time people who might appear not to be citizens.
Josh Sherrard, police said the suspected shooters appeared to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. They were 17, they were 19, we were told. What does that say to you?
The questions that we're going to have to answer concerning where to go from here is, were they involved in a larger operation? We're going to need to be digging into investigating their homes, their digital assets, social media accounts, discords that may have been a part of, wondering if they were part of a larger organization or group, and wondering if this is just the first in a series of possible targeted attacks. Like Josh and Steve both pointed out, we don't see multiple shooters in these.
I know, we never learned anything from CNN. Fuck. Let's see. Thought maybe I had an article we could take a look at.
These attacks very often. The vast majority of active shooters across the country for the last 25 years have been lone wolves. Is this part of a larger organization that we need to be concerned with? We need to rule that out as quick as possible, especially when we're talking about this age group that is very, very susceptible to that radicalization, as we've seen over the last several years.
Here's something you're not going to see on CNN. You can actually see one of the victims. It's actually trigger warning. Aerial footage shows a victim lying in a pool of blood after being targeted at the Islamic Center in San Diego. Not safe for work. I'm not going to play it, but you can, if you look at it in detail, you can see where I'm referring to. Just to be safe. Let's see if I can find more information. Lots of stuff to go through. You know, my Twitter page is just a bunch of random posts. Let's see. Here it is. At least 2 people dead. Multiple people are injured after an active shooter opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego. The development
from the building, you see what looks like some of the school children crossing the street right now away to safety. We're trying to get as much information as we can from police and from the community at this hour as they work on this scene. The last we have heard from them is that it is still an active scene. The first call came in at about 11:40 this morning, so this has been going on for nearly 40 minutes, and there you see some police officers looking like they are barricaded behind a patrol car. It looks like one.
Trying to find, of course, like Laura Loomer was tweeting about this and basically fomenting more stochastic violence. I'm trying to find the tweet. Let's see. Nope, can't find it. But she's like, well, we know that mosque is full of people that just want to K us all. In other words, it's okay what happened there. That's actually okay. That's fine. Just manufacturing consent. I hate that expression. I should stop saying it. Everybody says that. What else could we call it, though? I mean, it is propaganda. True. All right, let's just go through the posts, and there's going to be no rhyme or reason to this. It's just all of my bookmarks. We're going to bounce around. I hope that's okay. It seems to work well for my ADHD. Elon Musk is always crying about the murderous lunatic left. The murderous lunatic left. And he shows this infograph of from 2008 to 2025, and it's contending that the left is getting further left, but the right has always stayed where it was. And you know, basically the left is getting more and more unreasonable, more extreme, which actually I was thinking, if you reversed the years and you put 2008 at the bottom here, you can't really see it because the chat box is covering up. Let's see. Put this over here. But as you can see, let me move my video too. There's just no good way to do this, is there? I could make myself smaller like that. So you could see, obviously, this is where we're at, 2025. Look at this. Oh my goodness, the militant, incompatible left. But I say that it would be more accurate to put 2025 up here and 2008 down here, because what has happened? It's like the left and the right are converging. It's like the Overton window is narrowing over time. More people are going, further right, further right. We're getting closer to the right. It's like completely in reverse, right? Okay, let me move this back. I mean, we know that we don't really have a left in the United States. We have 2 right-wing parties. What we consider the mainstream left is not left at all. But what I think is that there's always these contradictions at play, and there's contradictions with Elon Musk too, because he'll go to China, an actual left party, the Communist Party of China, and he'll go there, and I know this isn't a real picture, it's a metaphor. The metaphor is true. The metaphor of what this contends is true. Elon Musk, when he actually is in the presence of a left party that is actually economically viable, well, then to hell with ideology. He's there to do business. So, moving on, let's take a look at this clip of Tim Dillon. He's talking about China.
We cannot have an overtly adversarial relationship with China. It's not going to work. We cannot go to war with China. It will destroy all life on Earth. We cannot treat China like Iran. We're done with that. Let me help everybody. We're done with that. We're not the high school bully anymore. We're not. We're the weird kid who may have a gun. We're not the jock. We're not the quarterback. The American quarterback century is over. This is not Top Gun. We are not Tom Cruise. You need to wake the fuck up. There's a new Chinese kid in school, and he's kind of American looking. He's kind of ripped, but he's also Chinese, and he's hot, and people want to fuck him. They want to get down, and they want to slurp him. They don't want to slurp us anymore. You know why?
Why he's so aggressively horny with his commentary?
Why? Because we've hung out behind the Dairy Queen too long, doing drugs with our friends. We look a little older. We have wrinkles in our face. We're the college kid who keeps going to the high school parties. We're a pedophile, and we may have a gun.
It's a pretty good metaphor, speaking of metaphors. Bolivia is doing the correct, commendable thing. They've ousted their CIA-backed dictator. He's fled the country. I forgot his name, but Dr. Jill Stein says indigenous courage is unstoppable from Bolivia to Palestine. It says rural indigenous communities have surrounded Evo Morales' residence to protect him. Leaked documents show that the U.S. Armed Forces and Bolivian police are preparing a joint operation to kidnap him and massacre villagers. So the Venezuelan playbook all over again. And look at this. They're out there with their not tiki torches. They're serrated wood sticks. Getting all tribal out there. It's like, look at what they're doing to defend their fucking people.
Porque compañeros, si en caso que hoy vamos a bajar, que de aquí un tiempo nuestros hijos, nuestros compañeros que van a estar, ¿cómo van a estar? Por eso hay que seguir masificando, hermanos. Muchísimas gracias, compañeras y compañeros.
Look at that. Look at all those terrorists. Evo Morales is hiding behind human shields.
¡Que viva nuestro hermano Evo Morales Aima!
¡Que viva!
¡Que viva las organizaciones sociales!
¡Que viva!
¡Que viva Bolivia!
¡Que viva!
Did they just call us the Great Satan? Oh, wow.
Porque
Yeah.
compañeros, si en
I'm
caso
sure the CIA is shaking in their boots after seeing that. The U.S. military is like, oh, we got to pack it up then. Did you see what they had? You saw the way that they clapped all lackluster? They mean business. I know I'm being a shithead, but no, I think this is great. I mean, everything that I've learned about what Bolivia is doing, it seems like they've got a lot of class solidarity down there. Here's those documents that were in question. It says, breaking U.S. armed forces and Bolivian police are preparing a joint operation to kidnap Evo Morales and massacre the indigenous communities in the vicinity. Police officers opposed to the plan have leaked documents confirming the operation. I mean, it's like the Jakarta method all over again. The anti-communist crusade continues. I don't know what I'm looking at. It's a bunch of Spanish. It might as well be Hebrew to me. I can't understand a goddamn thing they're saying. Indigenous Bolivians have seen what life was like under Evo and how it was under every single president who was an obedient dog to the U.S. You won't find many countries where the majority of the population will defend their president with their lives. But nothing galvanizes people like a foreign invasion, like foreign sabotage. Here's more unrest. The Zionist Paz, so the guy's name's Paz, P-A-Z, the Paz regime, brutally attacks indigenous protests. The Bolivian people want the traitor Paz gone. Well, apparently he fled the country. That's just what I saw. Saeed Marandi says the genocidal Zionists have murdered, as of today, over 3,000 Lebanese citizens in a month and a half. 3,000 people in a month and a half. Here is Hunter Biden on Elon Musk.
You got some motherfucker who's made over, what, $251 billion being a United States citizen that got here and stayed here illegally
It's up to 811 billion, actually.
before he got his citizenship, sitting here lecturing us on who we should allow into the United States of America and giving us a fucking Heil Hitler along the way. You got some motherfucker who...
That source, Hunter Biden, your crack pipe? No, it's actually, he's, you know, Elon Musk makes Hunter Biden look pretty good by comparison. It's like one corrupt private individual calling out another corrupt private individual for being more corrupt, in fact. Look at these pictures of Donald J. Trump. These are not altered by AI, folks. They are actual photos from 2 different days in China when the wind, the anti-Semitic wind, revealed what we've known all along. Look at that, my good. I mean, you would expect to see that from Grandpa Trump. I mean, he's 80 fucking years old, you know? It looks like, I can see why he wears a toupee. He looks like he's got a butt crack on his head. The top of his head looks like a football. It's got a weird crease down the middle. You see that? Literally a butt head. That's crazy. Putin says a multipolar world means no hegemons. Even with giants like India and China, no single nation should dominate global politics. Everyone must be equal.
I wouldn't really speak about any domineering poles. It doesn't mean that this new multipolar world should have any hegemons, because no one is speaking about this, not in BRICS, not in the SCO. Everyone has equal rights in this multipolar world. And from international law point of view, everyone must have equal rights, must be in the similar position. Yes, there are economic giants like India or China, and actually our country is among top 4 biggest economies if we speak about the purchasing power parity. These are the current realities. That's not something that we would like to have. That's what international organizations calculate, but it doesn't mean that anyone should dominate over the politics or over global security. So we do not believe that there should be some domination. Everyone must be equal.
One story that we're just going to have to seek out is what? Are you interrupting me? What did you say? Were you bemused by the way I characterized that? You think that I'm insightful and perhaps charming and good looking? No comment? Okay. Moving on. That wasn't awkward. I'm fine. I'll recover. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not even thinking about it. I literally don't even know what just happened. sorry. No, she's Rapunzel. She's up on the second floor, and she will toss down her hair and let me climb up. If I, exhibit good behavior. I don't know what are we talking about here. What was happening? Okay, so let's get back on track before I was rudely interrupted. But yeah, one of the
really speak
oh
about
my God, one of the stories we're gonna have to find out about is that Putin met with Xi. Putin, I think, is in China right now. I wonder if we could find out about that. Putin meets. It'd be interesting to see, like, did President Xi meet him at the airport? Xi prepares to welcome Putin to China 4 days after hosting Trump. When is that supposed to happen? I thought that should be now, right? Putin visits China to reaffirm Russia ties 48 minutes ago. Okay, so maybe he's not there yet. It looked like he was in front of some Chinese building just then. Definitely was. I'm pretty sure it was Chinese, right? Looked like it was Chinese. I don't know. Russian President Vladimir Putin is traveling to China to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping less than a week after the President wrapped up his own trip to Beijing. Putin is scheduled to be in China on Tuesday and Wednesday in a visit likely to be closely watched. Okay, so it's going to be tomorrow. So that'll be something interesting to see. How is Putin greeted by the Chinese? I have a feeling that President Xi will roll out the red carpet and he will actually be there to give a big old hug to his buddy Putin. And maybe they even do like a secret handshake or something, It's going to be quite obvious. I predict it'll be quite obvious that, looking back, that Trump's visit to Beijing was an insult to Trump, and China insulted Trump by the way that they received him. Thank you for that super hate crime. It's a T attack, plain and simple. If it was a synagogue that was attacked, they would call them exactly. Oh, perfectly put. We are 1,000% in agreement there. I think everybody understands that. That's why the joke is like, well, I guess, because they attacked a mosque, it must be mentally disturbed teenagers, They were good, young, upstanding citizens, but they just somehow they went and they got led astray. And meanwhile, you have Laura Loomer being like, "Don't worry about it. The people that were in the mosque all wanted to chaos anyway." She literally said that. But yeah, no, it's always a double standard. The hypocrisy is always writ large. Every concept, every idea, including violence, is political. It gets politicized. There are qualitative differences, clearly, in terms of violence by who does it, who is the guilty party, because that tells us everything. We got Bunker Cat up in here. Let's see, Bunker Cat just raided us. All right, I couldn't read that. I thought that was the raid sound. What's up, Bunker Cat? Thank you so much for the raid. I've been appreciating your commentary on Twitter. I saw that they banned you, and then you had to start a new account. And I appreciate everyone that's dragging Hassan right now for his democratic shilling and sheepdogging shamelessly. And you put it very succinctly. You said something like, we're gonna let. Because he was like, "Go build the Vanguard, King," and you're like, in other words, let's let somebody else do all the hard work, and I'll show up at the end and claim credit. But anyway, you're eternally based, and we thank you for the. You got banned again. God damn. Vagina Bush. No, I don't know what happened to that fool. What a fool. Vagina Bush, if you're listening, absolutely foolish of you. That's funny. He banned you too, huh, Thugbone? It's so gosh, it's just so shameless. I mean, I can see it's getting to him. You know, the constant online dragging, and just how he reacts to it, punching left, punching down. The people are showing you their whole ass right now, I feel like. And that's why I tweeted a couple days ago. It's like, it shouldn't be confusing at this point what side people are on. You know, class consciousness is understanding what side of the fence you are on. Class analysis is understanding who's on that side with you. And now we see a lot of these people who pay lip service to all of the ideas that we embody, or working class values and principles that we promote. It's all just rhetoric to them. Because when push comes to shove, liberals will always side with the prevailing status quo. They'll always side with comfort. They'll always side with fascists, because fascists don't threaten capital. There's no great upheaval in promoting liberalism. You can do it comfortably from your living room, and you can get people to pay you for reinforcing their own worldview and their own comfort. So that makes them feel good. Like, oh, well, we don't have to really do too much, you know? So people will, you know, ascribe to that ideology out of convenience. It's the politics of convenience. So I just think that we're obviously, we haven't learned our lesson in 2026. People are still Democrat, Republican, still this dichotomy of thinking, this or that. There's no other space that's being promoted. I mean, I promote alternative parties. I promote alternative ideas, but, you know, we just a widow guy. We're outside the Overton window, and it's hard to get platformed when you have these extreme ideas, you know? It's like, no one wants to be your friend. You're critical of everything. But I think that's, you know, we have to be principled in this. We have to actually do what we're saying. We can't pay lip service to it and then just fall back on already established concepts and political parties, as it were. All right, so Putin, Xi, tomorrow, we know that another story that's developing right now, excuse me, is the cancellation of these planned strikes on Iran. Trump says he authorized new strikes on Iran, but has decided to hold off. So I say call off, they say hold off. Somebody in the chat said postpone. I still believe that we're going to continue. I mean, there's still that genocidal, psychopathic settler colony in the Middle East. It still persists. It still exists. There's still this Nosferatu villain figure at the helm. And we know that Trump has no principles except for what makes him money and who he's blackmailed or bribed by. He's serving those people. It's the Zionist capture of the U.S. government. So I don't see any reason why this would stop. I think this is all still political theater. But I wonder, you know, why exactly at this point does Trump's, you know, pause once again? He tacos out. I've heard that Saudi Arabia and Qatar are sort of like the veto power in this. The fact that they're not allowing the United States to conduct these strikes from the military bases that I guess are still there, that the United States military has. But Saudi Arabia and Qatar have said no, And from what I understand, that's why Trump has paused these strikes. But let's read some more. We'll take in some more analysis and get at the truth of the matter. President Trump has repeatedly threatened new military action against Iran, only to pull back from resuming major fighting in a deeply unpopular, expensive conflict. A lot of people are saying if he does decide to strike Iran again, we're definitely headed for a global depression. I mean, it's going to be all kinds of chaos. Perhaps that factors into his calculus. President Trump said Monday that he had authorized a new wave of attacks against Iran this week, but that he was holding off after 3 Gulf leaders requested more time to negotiate a nuclear deal. So I knew it was Qatar and Saudi Arabia. I don't know what the other one is. I guess we'll find out. In a post on social media, Mr. Trump said he had told his top military officials not to follow through with the attack he had planned for Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. I mean, if tacos are on the menu, we know it's not going to happen, okay? Donald Trump is busy stuffing his face with tacos on Tuesdays, but instructed them to prepare for a full, large-scale assault of Iran if an acceptable deal is not reached. There is no acceptable deal that could be reached. These are two parties that have irreconcilable contradictions. There's just no way. It's just all farce. It's all theater. It's all spectacle. Mr. Trump has publicly threatened for weeks to restart military strikes against Iran as he has grown frustrated with a war that he said would be finished in 6 weeks but is now dragged on for more than 2 months. U.S. military officials say that in the months since the war started, the Iranian regime has demonstrated both enormous resilience and the ability to inflict significant damage to the region and on the global economy. Despite his tough talk, Mr. T has repeatedly backed down from renewed strikes that would plunge the U.S. back into an unpopular, expensive war. Instead, he has given Iran and mediating countries more time to strike a deal, even as negotiations over their nuclear program in the Strait of Hormuz have stalled out. A new New York Times Siena poll found that 64% of voters said that Mr. Trump's decision to go to war with Iran was the wrong decision, with a majority of voters registering discontent with the economic costs associated with the conflict. Well, as we know, Donald Trump told us point blank, he's not factoring in the financial costs on everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit about you. The only thing that Mr. Trump-tard worries about is whether or not Iran has a nuclear weapon. They just can't have a nuclear weapon, so he's willing to put you out there on the front lines, use you as human shields, make sure that you bear the brunt of the cost of this war and not his own bank account or the bank accounts of his friends who are actually making money off this war. There's obviously they're investing in all sorts of weapons stock, AI stock that's, the government is making policies that will put those companies to work and use taxpayer money to provide all the weapons, all of the et cetera, all the materiel needed to conduct this war. We're paying for it. And the private contracting class is profiting off of that. The Gulf leaders, yes. Let's see, there's Tiger Woods. Who else? There's a few others. Who's that really famous one? I know some other golfers besides Tiger Woods. I just know it. But I can't think of any. And I'm sorry for that. But I don't like golf. Golf fucking sucks. Find me another social project that wastes more land that could be used for social infrastructure. But I digress, okay? Arnold Palmer, thank you. That was the one. That was the one that I forgot. Happy Gilmore, of course, too. Roger Federer, obviously an amazing golfer. Nick Faldo-Steen. Arnold Palmerberg. Mickelson-Steen. Heimer. Mickelsenheimer. Michael Jordanberg, of course. He was a great golfer. Probably the best ever. Mr. Trump has rejected multiple proposals from Iran demanding more concessions on their nuclear program. On Monday, Mr. Trump said the leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE asked him to postpone military strikes because they believe they could strike a deal with Iran that would satisfy the United States. I don't think UAE wants to, I mean, none of these countries want to be destroyed. And they realize that if they go ahead and side with Trump and assist him in this war against Iran, they're going to get toasted, roasted, skewered, lambasted. They will end the UAE. Mr. Trump reiterated that he would require any deal to prohibit Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. That's right, guys. It's an issue of national security. Gas prices be damned. That very demand, however, has been among the biggest impediments to any deal between the U.S. and Iran, as the two countries have been unable to agree on terms of a nuclear deal. Mr. Trump did not specify what targets the United States planned to strike on Tuesday, but officials said the military had developed a variety of options, including targeting the country's ballistic missile sites. Iran has used the month-long ceasefire with the U.S. to dig out scores of bombed ballistic missile sites, move mobile missile launchers. I still find it funny that they actually announced when they were going to strike Iran. Why would you give your enemy a heads up? Despite significant losses, adjust its tactics for any resumption of strikes, said a U.S. military official who spoke on condition of anonymity. They love that expression. Many of Iran's ballistic missiles were deployed from deep underground caves and other facilities carved out of granite mountains that are difficult for American attack aircraft to destroy, the official said. As a result, the United States largely bombed the portals of the sites, collapsing and burying them but not destroying them. Iran has now dug out a significant number of those sites. Iranian commanders, possibly with Russian help, studied the flight patterns of American fighter jets and bombers. The official warned that the downing of the F-15E jet last month and the ground fire that struck an F-35 revealed that American flight tactics had become too predictable in ways that allowed Iran to defend against them more capably. Perhaps most important, the U.S. military official said that while 5 weeks of intensive bombing may have killed several Iranian leaders and commanders, the war has left a more hardened, resilient adversary. So Netanyahu is a liar. Go figure. The official added that the Iranians had repositioned many of the remaining arms and instilled a belief that Iran can successfully resist the United States, whether by effectively blocking the Strait of Hormuz, attacking energy infrastructure in neighboring Gulf states, or threatening American aircraft. Here is another article from the New York Times. Trump's approval has sunk amid unpopular war, darkening GOP prospects for the midterms. President Trump's approval rating has hit a second-term low as voters question his handling of the economy, according to the latest NYT Siena poll. The poll reads, do you think Donald Trump's decision to go to war with Iran was the right decision or the wrong decision? 64% of the participants say nay. 93% of them were Democrats, Republicans. 73% were independents and 22% were Republicans. So most voters think President Trump-Tard made the wrong decision to go to war with Iran, leaving the Republican Party on rocky political footing heading into the midterm elections as his approval rating sinks and economic concerns rise. Look at that. Imagine that contradiction. You have one thing diminishing, the other thing increasing, and there's a causal relationship between the two, right? Majorities of voters said that the war was not worth the costs and held deeply pessimistic views about the economy. Mr. Trump's approval rating, a key historical predictor of how a president's party will fare in an election, has sunk to a second-term low in polls of 37% amid the deeply unpopular Middle East conflict, or West Asia, either way. Nearly two-thirds of voters said that that going to war had been the wrong decision, including almost three-quarters of politically crucial independents. Less than a quarter of all voters thought the conflict had been worth the costs. Republicans broadly approved of Mr. Trump's job performance and the war, but most other voters showed serious skepticism of his leadership on other top issues, including the economy and the cost of living. 64% of all voters disapproved of his handling of the economy, long a strength for him, and majorities expressed negative views of how he was managing the cost of living, immigration, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, lots more that we don't have to read, but you get the picture. In other news, Elon Musk has lost his blockbuster case against OpenAI, but he threatens to appeal. Let's see, a railroad strike has also disrupted commuting in New York City. Here's the latest from the New York Times. Let's read about Elon Musk's failure. It required less than 2 hours of deliberation today for a jury in Oakland to reject Elon Musk's $150 billion lawsuit against OpenAI and its chief executive, Sam Altman. I mean, that right there is crazy. To sue OpenAI for $150 billion in Silicon Valley, its own backyard. But I guess only Elon Musk could do that. Musk, who co-founded OpenAI with Altman as a nonprofit in 2015, had accused the artificial intelligence giant of stealing a charity by putting commercial gain over the public good. I mean, you just described the entire political economy, Elon Musk. That's what every company fucking does. Now you just have, you only care because you actually got ousted from your little pet project. He's just upset that he wasn't a part of the success. He's not making the money. Because otherwise you'd have to incriminate every corporation in America with this same charge. But the 9-member jury found that Musk had failed to file his lawsuit within a time frame required by law, and the judge accepted the decision. Musk's lawyer said he would appeal. The case was closely watched because it had the potential to upend the AI landscape. Kind of a Jewish-Israeli thing to do. Like when you're losing, just sue. Sue everybody. Wait till my lawyer gets a hold of this. Does it mean that Elon Musk is worried about losing the AI race to OpenAI, and that's why he's suing them? Under the guise of business malpractice? Or is it because they're getting too far ahead? But for now, Altman is free to solidify his control atop one of the industry's most talked about companies. Quote, OpenAI gets to celebrate and breathe a sigh of relief after this verdict, our tech reporter Mike Isaac told me. But they shouldn't rest too easy. They still have to worry about building their business for an initial public offering later this year and fend off strong competitors like Anthropic and Google, both of which are nipping at Altman's heels. The Justice Department's $1.8 billion fund could compensate Trump allies. The Trump admin announced today that it had created a new $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who they say were unfairly targeted by the Biden Justice Department and Democrats. The move could funnel taxpayer money to President Trump's political allies. The unusual fund was created in exchange for the president dropping his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. It was an apparent effort to skirt oversight by a judge who had expressed concern that the suit represented self-dealing between the president and a department run by his former defense lawyer Todd Blanche. A Times investigation found that American officials are still demanding a much larger role in Greenland. A new report suggests that more than 100,000 children have been separated from their parents during Trump's immigration crackdown. Here's information about the railroad strike. More than 3,500 workers on America's busiest passenger rail service, the Long Island Railroad, walked off the job during the weekend over demands for higher wages. Now, in its third day, the strike has shut down the entire service, upending the daily commute into New York City for roughly 270,000 passengers a day. The workers, who make an average of $136,000 per year but have not received a pay bump since 22, are asking for a raise about 1 percentage point higher than management has offered. I guess the New York Times is trying to make them sound unreasonable. But what's unreasonable is that they're only asking for 1 percentage point higher, and management balks. That's the unreasonableness. When we know that these executives are making profits hand over fist. Okay, let's move back to the Twitter slop. Elon Musk's baby mama, Ashley St. Clair, is accusing Elon Musk of rigging the 2024 election using lasers. I wonder if those lasers were Jewish in space. Satellites and space technology. She says she has a dead man's switch if anything happens to her. Quote, in October, Elon told me he was ready to release his anomaly in the Matrix. He said he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. This is not a piece they'll see on the chessboard. Let's take a look at this.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the Matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am, like, rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, you know, this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise. Shortly after that, you know, he's involved with AIPAC and all of this other stuff, and he's sending me some internal data from AIPAC, real-time Delta vote metrics. And I am just like, how the fuck do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking, because that was one of my first jobs in
She's got a screensaver from 1997.
politics, was in campaigns and cleaning up this bad data from door knocking, because the vendors that AIPAC is using at this point is a vendor that hires Craigslist crackheads for door knocking, and I wish I was exaggerating there, but I'm not.
I find her to be kind of annoying, and I don't want to listen to her anymore. I thought that was going to be more worthwhile. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Update from Imam Hassan, the director of the Islamic Center of San Diego, the one that was shot up earlier today. He says, we are safe. The entire school is safe. All the children and teachers are safe. There are a few casualties not confirmed yet. As of now, it appears the security guard died saving the children from this terrorist attack, which is what it was.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Imam Taha from the Islamic Center of San Diego. I wanted to send this message to the entire Muslim community in San Diego. Alhamdulillah, we are safe. The entire school is safe. All the kids, all the staff and the teachers are safe out of the Islamic Center. We have few casualties, not confirmed yet. There is no threat at this moment, but we want everyone to stay away from the Islamic Center of San Diego. We are closed for the rest of the day. Stay safe, stay at home, and make a lot of prayers and a lot of dua. Assalamu alaikum.
At least 6 Americans were exposed to Ebola in Congo, with one already showing symptoms. The World Health Organization has declared it an international emergency. Around 50% of Ebola infections are fatal. Here's Elon Musk bragging about how he accidentally canceled all Ebola prevention efforts.
For example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption.
Perfect.
But we do need to move quickly.
The one mistake he did make, he certainly told us about, and he completely fixed it. Nothing to see here. President Trump has released a last-minute video pleading with the people of Kentucky to stand with his AIPAC-backed candidate over Thomas Sassy Massie. He is full of sass, and we love him for that. Trump says Thomas Massie is the worst congressman in the history of the United States. Not Lindsey Graham, not John Thune, not Mitch McConnell. Is that guy still alive? Not Nancy Pelosi, not Adam Schiff, but a Republican. Yeah, a Republican. He could have gone after Nancy Pelosi, who is a Democrat. He could have gone after Shifty Schiff, also a Democrat. But no. He says, I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. So tomorrow's a big day.
I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. I'm in the Oval Office, and we're in a fight against the worst congressman in the history of our country. His name is Thomas Massie. He's from Kentucky. I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. He is so bad.
He's so bad.
Election coming up. He's running against a great guy, a great patriot, Ed Gilrain. He's
oh,
fantastic.
yeah, Zionist
But
Ed Gilrain.
forget that. Massie's the worst congressman in the history of our country, always voting against Republicans and good values. So get rid of Thomas Massie.
Are the good values in the room with us, Mr. President? The good values being what? Genocide? Jewish supremacy? President Trump, I have questions. What are you talking about with good values? Meanwhile, Thomas Massie's like, yeah, I vote with Republicans except for the times that they want to, promote pedophilia or fund a genocide. Those are the values that Trump is referring to. It appears that no AI data center is worth sacrificing this. Apparently, Google is coming for Mount Hood up there in Portland, Oregon. So bye bye. Why do you play that song? I don't want to listen to that song. The city of Dallas proposes taking 150 acres. Wait, let's see. I'll just read it to you. Proposes taking 150 acres of land and access to the water there. Google has a large data center there taking up tons of water. It will have detrimental impacts on the wildlife and the landscape. Think about those ducks. Think about the birds. But then again, what about the shareholders? Won't someone please think of the shareholders? All right, I'm just going to play this. It was beautiful. That's how it happened in my mind. That's how it all went down. I'm pretty sure that's the actual footage. Okay, now do the AI version, right? Well, this is going to break your heart. I hate to do this. Well, but we go from one thing to the next. It's like one extreme to the other. But Zionist monsters murdered the hungry. This happened yesterday in Deir el-Balah, a picture louder than a million words. You can see the blood. So yeah, the Gaza genocide is happening. These are the good values that Donald Trump was talking about. Here's another crazy tweet from this guy. Goo Gaga. Here's another. Sorry, I blacked out for a second. I forgot myself. Here's a tweet from Donald Trump. He says, "Nobody knows God better than me. And nobody is loved more by God than me." It's obviously a competition for God's affection, and Trump is winning. But then, like, God apparently quote tweets Donald Trump and says, fuck you an infinite number of times. So now I'm confused. Why would God do that? Dr. Butch Ware for California Governor 2026. I can't say it enough. I'll sing it. I'll scream it if I have to. There is an online survey from April 22nd. This is why, he says, they wanted me off the ballot so they could keep me out of polls and debates. You are being scammed. All the support for Steyer and Becerra is AstroTurf, purchased ads, and paid influencers. We run these streets, he says. Thank you so much for the super chat, Lake Titivaca. Former Vice President of Pfizer, Michael Yeadon, you say, recently came out of the closet. Nope, came out on the James. He came all over James Dealing Polls show and said the scientific method wasn't used to identify viruses. That sounds like a big deal. So they're just operating off of vibes. Should we rename Pfizer to Vibeser? So as you can see, Butch Ware was leading the charge into who was the best. I guess, I don't know, it doesn't say the rest of this, what the caption is, but I'm guessing it's support for his candidacy. But yeah, it's sabotage what's happening. They're sabotaging Butch Ware off the ballot because he's a threat. He's a threat to the status quo, and they know it. That's why he's not being featured on the ballot. So let's see this. It says, take it from me as someone who did copious amounts of ketamine in my 20s. That is not all that he is on. This is a clip of Elon Musk tard.
Yeah, and refurbishable might be a better word. But where do you think it failed, and where do you think, like, what lessons have you learned that you know you're not going to be making on?
It's so weird. Like, he walks and he's like, oh, it's like moving his shoulder. It's like when you're on ecstasy or something and you have all these like serotonin, endorphins, and dopamine, and your body's like, and so you're like, well, let me stretch out.
Starship to like do a mission. You're just trying to get data out of the thing.
Look at that. Yeah, that is not normal behavior. What is he doing with his body, contriving in such weird gestures?
Yeah, and refurbishable might be a better word. But where do you think it failed, and where do you think, like, what lessons have you learned that you know you're not going to be making on Starship? To like,
look at this.
Do a mission. You're just trying to get data out of the thing.
He's swimming through the sea of tranquility?
Yeah. Yeah, and refurbishable
so
might be
weird. He's wading through the K-hole as we speak. Holy fuck! Sorry, I didn't mean to jump scare. That was Rabbi Shmuley and Itamar Ben-Gvir. Looks like they're having a powwow moment. Okay. Let's see, wait, let me see if I can translate. This is Itamar Ben-Gvir. He bought my beautiful butt plug. It's his favorite butt plug. It's rock hard, rock strong. He uses it every day. He always knows that the Rabbi Shmuley has the best plug. Don't you, Rabbi? Aren't we best buds? Tell him that Rabbi Shmuley has the best dildos in town. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Let's see. This is more Elon Musk sound bites. He says, I'm a huge admirer of the innovation coming out of Israel. Let's take a look.
No, totally. I'm going to bring you back to us, to Israel here just for a second. Do you have a message to the Israeli innovators here in the crowd?
Well, I have to say, I'm a huge admirer of the innovation coming out of Israel.
Honestly, I think objectively
true
that Israel punches far above its weight for population.
He's like, he's so obsequious to all things Israel, right? He's gonna heap his praise. He knows where his bread is buttered.
I think probably
up his butt.
one, honestly, in the world. Yeah, in terms of, yeah. You know, so you know, my head is off to
My head is up my ass.
Israel for how much incredible innovation. I say innovation per capita. Israel must be #1 by far in the world.
Thank you.
All you gotta do, yeah, don't say anything bad about Israel. Must say nice things. And this is the same guy who's like, the left is the party of violence. That's why you can't take this guy seriously. He's a walking fool, contradiction, hypocritical. He's always pearl-clutching about the left, and then he's like standing for Israel and its genocide, and never a word about the political violence of the people that pay him, right? Or the people that he's in bed with. Here is CNN on the San Diego shooting. Multiple law enforcement officials just briefed tell CNN that hate speech was one of the suspects' weapons. Multiple law enforcement sources tell CNN that one of the suspects left a note that contained writings about racial pride.
Back to the breaking news we started this show with, the deadly shooting at that mosque
Thanks, JFK.
in San Diego, the Islamic Center of San Diego. Multiple law enforcement officials just briefed tell CNN that hate speech, bigotry was scrawled on one of the suspects' weapons. Let's get right to CNN's Josh Campbell. Josh, tell us more.
Well, San Diego police said a short time ago they were treating this as a hate crime until it's not, is how the police chief described it. But we're getting these critical new details about the alleged suspects in this incident. Multiple law enforcement sources tell CNN that one of the suspects in the shooting took a firearm from their parents' home, left a suicide note that contained writings about racial pride.
Back to the breaking news we started this show.
I'm sure there's were the bullets engraved as well with racist slurs. Seen it once, seen it 1,000 times. Tyler Robinson also, you know, got his daddy's rifle. That's weird. Mayor Zohran Mamdani mocks Ronald Reagan's infamous quote. Can you believe that? He says, "I can think of 9 words more terrifying than I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Let's see what he says.
And standing here this morning, I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, "I worked all day and can't feed my family." We are going to use the power of government to lower prices and make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table.
People over profits. Fidel Castro explains why the United States despises Cuba and is desperate to destroy it. Let's have a look. We're still trying to destroy it. Our country does not drop bombs on other people, he says, nor does it send thousands of planes to bomb cities. Our country does not have nuclear weapons, nor chemical weapons, nor biological weapons. He says, "One day I said that we could never and would never carry out surprise attacks against any lost corner of the world. But instead, our country will send the necessary doctors to those most lost corners of the world." And that's exactly what he did and what the Cubans did. They have the highest doctor per capita ratio of any country. They export more doctors per capita than any other country. Doctors, not bombs. doctors, not smart weapons that hit their target because, after all, a weapon that kills by treachery is absolutely not an intelligent weapon. Yeah, what degree of intelligence does that demonstrate? And that was a barn burner. Here's that tweet I was referring to. Anna Kasparian quoted it. She says, "This woman is disgraceful and incites violence on this platform daily. The only thing more vomitous than her face is her thirst for hate and lust for terrorism against Muslims." And this is the despicable quote that she... I mean, this is... If this isn't an incitement of violence, I don't know what is. She says, the mosque that was supposedly shot up today. Just remember, the people who attend this mosque want us all to be killed, she says. That's what she said. We will be told they are such amazing people. Oh, I'm not advocating for violence. I condemn violence. I'm showing you how evil this mosque is and always has been. But you're just providing a justification for destroying the mosque by calling it evil and saying they had what was coming to them. That's what she's doing right now. It's like, why are you such a pussy, Laura? Why don't you just go ahead and say it? Like, if you're going to say it with your full fucking chest. Don't, trot out the point and then dog walk it back. Be like, just kidding, but also not really. Okay, what in the passive aggressive hell is this tweet? She says it should be raided by ICE and the FBI. Blakely says, "Shut your terrorist ass mouth, Jigsaw." I couldn't agree more. Laura, your posts are inciting violence against Muslims. I urge you to lawyer up, because if they find out the shooters were fans of yours, you're finished. You advocate for violence against Muslims on a daily basis. Alex Jones was sued for questioning the validity of a school shooting. Can someone please sue Laura for $1 billion? In other news, Apple has announced that the iPhone 17e has a chip in it that was developed in Israel. Dr. Morandi says, do not buy Apple. The new iPhone 17 model supports Apple's AI tools, features faster wireless charging, and includes the new C1X modem developed by the company's Silicon team. Yeah, I don't trust that shit. What, is it going to blow up in my face now?
Look, it's active right now. There's a live shooting right now. It's shooting right now. Nowhere to fucking go. Where do I go? Go straight, man. Go this way? Yeah, go that way. Blocking everything, bro. Look. Shit.
Well, Bad Empanada has recently been making a lot of sense. He says Tucker Carlson does more to move the needle on Israel than any Democratic Party DSA sheepdogger. Couldn't agree with that more. I like the way that he characterized that. Got a problem with my hair, sorry. That should give you pause as to how worthless and detrimental the U.S. left is. Yes, look at what they're defending. It's like, that should show you that, like, that Overton window has completely becomes, on top of each other. It's like left, right, center. It's all the same. It's, these people, it's like when you're making Tucker Carlson look like a hero, I mean, what does that tell you about the Democrats, the Democratic Party? When you're making MTG a fucking saint, that says everything to me. It says everything about what you're defending. You're actually proving that liberals will always side with fascists. You're proving that there's no difference between the Republican and Democrat Party. In fact, in some cases, the Democrats are much worse. I would argue that they're worse just for simply what role that they play, because their role is not obvious. We know the Republican role in this theater spectacle. It's obvious what they're designed to do. They're forcing legislation to the right. All progress is to the right. But the Democrats are more insidious. They're more subversive. It's not so obvious to people. They have a lot of flowery rhetoric. And they play that role. They block movement to the left. They're a stopgap. Or whatever the expression is that suits you. Michael Bean understands that. As Dems or lefts or whatever, it's a matter of a few thousand or maybe hundreds of votes for Massie, right? And are we going to go? And that's a good point. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out tomorrow. Because AIPAC is trying like hell to primary Thomas Massie right now. All right. So here's that post I was referring to earlier. The U.S.-backed president of Bolivia has fled the country. This is coming after miners stormed the government house to seize him after an agreement he had with the United States was made public.
Chamo. Miren, mira ahí,
much you can tell here, though.
cientos y cientos y miles de autos. Chamo.
So as to the map.
Shut up. Okay, let's see. Does this have anything more? It says, the whereabouts of Rodrigo Paz are unknown. A manhunt has been launched to arrest the president. What did Eddie Liger say? Liger said, heroes. This is exactly what the Venezuelans should be doing. Or should have done. Protect their leader. Oh, if he loses the primary, he could do a write-in candidate. Got it. Well, let's hope he doesn't lose. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think he's going to lose? I really have no idea. It'll be obvious, though, that if he does lose, it's just a case in point for the strength of the Zionist lobby, the strength of AIPAC in this country. Thank you, Normal. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. Footage of Luigi Mangione in court today as the judge ruled his backpack was illegally searched by police and evidence collected at the McDonald's will not be allowed at trial. That's a huge win, I think, for Mr. Luigi.
So as to the map issues, I find that the search of the backpack at the McDonald's was improper, warrantless search. That the backpack was
Look at that, he shuts up after that. He's like, all right.
not within the immediate control or grabbable area of the defendant, and further, the people failed to demonstrate exigent circumstances. Therefore, those items found in the backpack during the search at the McDonald's will be suppressed. However, the people have established that the subsequent search of the backpack at the station was a valid inventory search, and therefore, the items recovered at the station will not be suppressed. So
how is that any different? Like they're saying when they searched his backpack at the McDonald's, that was unlawful, but when they took the backpack to the station and searched it, that was lawful. So isn't it the same evidence?
The Huntley issue,
How is that any
I
different?
find that the defendant was not in custody until about 9:47 a.m. So as to the map issues, I find that
Readers added context to the post. They said some evidence found in Mangione's backpack at the time of his arrest will be excluded from his upcoming trial. though other key items, including a 3D printed gun and writings expressing frustration with the healthcare industry, will be allowed. Okay, so not quite as big of a win as we thought initially. So the Israeli government now has the ability to switch off your phone, locate you, hack you, incriminate you, all at the easy press of a button. Apple has digitally cleansed Lebanon from Apple Maps and is now officially installing Israeli spy chips into its phones. Fuck Apple. I would have thought that like every chip that Apple creates and puts into an iPhone is made by Israel anyway. I mean, are we really expected to believe that this is the first one that suddenly we should be scared now? I mean, we know that the Mossad, if they need to get into anyone's iPhone at this point, I'm sure they can figure it out. No thank you, says Saeed. He prefers his exploding devices to be a lot cheaper. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't care if the device explodes. I don't want to pay $1,000 for it, though. Right? We demand more equitable exploding devices. See what I'm saying? Elon Musk, every day, on the daily, the murderous lunatic left. The murderous lunatic left. But yet when Elon Musk meets an actual left party, he's like, let's do business. Pete the drunk shouldn't be allowed to campaign for political candidates. Everyone should call this out, says Sabby Sabs. Hegseth is attacking Thomas Massie. President Trump does not need more people in Washington who are trying to make a point, especially from his own party. He needs people willing to help him win, to vote with him when it matters the most. And too often, Thomas Massie acted like his job was not that. Let's see. Now, yes, you must be party loyal to, you must be Trump loyalists or else.
Now contrast that with what we've gotten from Tom Massie. At some point, being against everything becomes an excuse for accomplishing nothing. At some point, constant obstruction is not leadership, it's just commentary. It's obstruction. President Trump does not need more people in Washington who are trying to make a point, especially from his own party.
Obstruction, huh? Kind of like how you're obstructing the flow of commercial goods through the Strait of Hormuz? That kind of obstructing?
He needs people willing to help him win, to vote with him when it matters the most. And too often, Thomas Massie has acted like his job is to stand apart from the movement that President Trump leads instead of strengthening it.
This guy, I mean, he's recalling his Fox News commentary career at this point.
When President Trump needs
he's campaigning
backup, Massie wants to debate process. When the movement needs unity, especially at the biggest moments, Massie's willing to vote with Democrats. When conservatives are fighting the most radical left in American history, too often Massie's instinct is to throw elbows at fellow Republicans instead of the people who are destroying our country or want to destroy our country. And there's one man standing in their way, and it's President Trump.
Okay, Michael, who you got? I thought I was an ANCOM. Am I not real enough for you?
That's... And President Trump needs reinforcements. And that's what warfighters do. They stand behind leaders and have their back. Warfighters understand mission. They understand teamwork.
Warfighters.
They understand loyalty. And they understand that in the middle of a fight,
you got to support our troops. Like, how dare Thomas Massie? He's being unpatriotic.
Don't weaken your own side. You advance.
I hate that he says that too. Eyeballs. I hate that expression. Yeah. Our brave warfighters. We're going to let loose the dogs of war.
To the objective. And that's what Ed Galrine understands.
Galrine.
Because he has lived it.
Ed Galrine is this is just Miriam Adelson speaking out of the mouths of Pete Kegsbreath and Donald Presitard Trump. Because that's what this amounts to. Ed Galrine is a ardent Zionist who will vote how Miriam Adelson wants him to vote, and therefore he is good. It's inescapable on my feed. Everybody going after Hassan, and I'm honestly here for it because I think he needs a good skewering for his recent positions. This is quite a lot from Squirrel, whose opinion I do appreciate, but if you'll humor me, we'll go through it. So Hassan writes, without class consciousness and political education, the masses in the imperial core will continue to self-ID with the politics of liberalism, even if their desires for change go far beyond. He says most communist socialists in the U.S. went on their ideological journey because of Bernie's insurgent Democratic Socialist campaign in 2016, when he ran as a Democrat against Hillary Clinton. The electoral system is a viable route to reach the masses with an alternative. This is what the moneyed interest in both parties fear. This is why they spend against their left flank and fight it tooth and nail. Yeah, their left flank is, alternative third parties, like the Green Party, who's outflanking their left. And that's somebody that Hassan does not platform, much to the Democrats' approval. We must continue helping people awaken to the reality of this system's design that creates such inequality. So he's speaking to the systemic problems that we face as he advocates for parties that predominate the system. It is not the migrant workers, nor trans people, nor Muslims or Jews, yes, we all know, but the billionaires and the parasitic forces of capital, its servants that are responsible for the deteriorating material conditions. So Squirrel responds and says, your first claim is false, and it undermines your entire supposed theory of change. That has been the same since 2016. Sandersite sockdemism crashed and burned repeatedly. You yourself know it is false, yet you keep repeating it as justification for that theory. How is it false? Well, the vast overwhelming majority of progressives, liberals, the Dem Party base in general, support an arms embargo and sanctions on Israel. A full arms embargo, not a fake Netanyahu, we will stop aid but they can buy it themselves. Dus AOCIA, J Street 1, a real one, and sanctions. This is, of course, also the basic minimal moral, ethical, and politically necessary standard to ensure the ongoing genocide stops. You don't need to do political education and raising class consciousness to get them there. They're already there. That's a great point. They have been there since shortly after the genocide began. Yeah. And most Americans look upon the Democrat and Republican Party, both alike, as unfavorable. We're already anti-duopolistic. You know this to be true because you know the polling, and you keep saying it yourself all the time. And outside this vast, overwhelming majority support for it, among independents it has majority support, and among even non-strongly affiliated younger conservatives it has significant support. And yet you refuse to make this the minimum moral, ethical, and political standard to hold left politicians to. You refused to demand AOCIA, Sanders, Khanna, and others you uphold as leaders of the left, not just to adhere to this minimal standard themselves, but take it and mobilize on the basis of it and make it the universal standard for all Democrats and politicians generally. Did communists not have one-party Democrat centralism? Maybe a full debate by you and Hassan is because he's better than you or Nick. What to do, give him credit for. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think Hassan's better than me. What do you mean? You trying to insult my intelligence? In fact, for AOCIA and Sanders, you participated in laundering their lies and obfuscations on this point, repeatedly telling your cult fans that they actually did support an embargo when they were doing their fake bullshit symbolic resolutions about limiting 0.1% of a few larger caliber bombs like with that bullshit Stop Bombs Act, while leaving all the jets, tanks, missile systems, everything else that is categorized as defensive arms entirely untouched. You also helped launder AOCIA's recent deception update on this with her bullshit stop all aid, including Iron Dome, because they can afford it themselves. But definitely no sanctions, so the privileged economic status they have will just be us funneling them the cash and creating artificial distance between us, and then we can use that to say, well, they bought it with their own money. When anyone dares whine about us arming and funding genocide, I'm the epic Latinx queen. Okay, a little bit of a... It seems like he's kind of ranting, so I'm not going to read the rest of that. Let's see. Cuba has 300 military drones as the new Iran is 2 weeks away from nuclear weapons. Cuba has acquired over 300 military drones and is reportedly discussing plans to use them to attack U.S. base in Guantanamo Bay. And Guantanamo Bay? What? And possibly Key West. That's crazy. Is Cuba going to attack Key West? A mainstream outlet finally reports a version of the disgusting truth that staring everyone in the face. Tel Aviv is behind the plot to destroy Thomas Massie, and they are proud of it. Pro-Israel groups are spending big to sink Thomas Massie in the most expensive House primary in history. The pro-Israel lobby that's pumped millions into Democratic primaries this year is facing the next test of its political power on the right in Ruby Red, Kentucky. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee and other pro-Israel interest groups have uncorked over $9 million in a bid to unseat Republican Thomas Massie on Tuesday in a competitive primary that has shattered spending records. Prominent pro-Israel GOP donors have funneled millions more into a super PAC stood up by President Donald Trump's political operation that has spent nearly $7 million on the race. Overall ad spending has topped $32 million, making it the most expensive House primary on record. Pro-Israel groups got the opening they needed to spend big against the isolationist lawmaker when Trump decided to front a primary challenger to Massie, presenting the first serious threat to his re-election in over a decade. The Republican Jewish Coalition Victory Fund and United Democracy Project, AIPAC's super PAC, have attacked the incumbent for his votes against symbolic measures supporting Israel. And unlike in recent Democratic primaries where United Democracy Project has used shell PACs to shield its involvement, the powerful pro-Israel group's political arm is investing directly into taking Massie out. Tuesday's primary will serve as a key test of the lobby's power over a party whose historically ironclad support for Israel is starting to show cracks in the wake of wars in Gaza and Iran. Unfavorable views of the U.S. ally are on the rise in the GOP, driven by slumping support among younger Republicans. Jewish Republicans are grappling over how to confront anti-Semitism in the party, and some prominent conservatives, blah, 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 are amplifying views that are harshly critical of Israel in the name of adhering to America first. Blah, blah, blah. Blibbity, blibbity, blibbity. They're spending a lot of money trying to go after him. Bolivian workers have seized the airport located near Eva Morales' residence. The runway has been occupied in order to stop U.S. planes or helicopters from landing. Leaked documents show U.S. forces and Bolivian police have planned a raid to kidnap Evo Morales. Let's take this clip in.
Miriam Adelson is spending whatever it takes to take the seat away from him because he committed the crime of describing how things actually work in the U.S. Congress. Anyone who gets the idea that maybe I'll get to Congress and tell the truth about how things actually work will be crushed. If they are successful in doing this, crushing a man, defaming a man, slandering a man, attacking his family purely for the crime of telling the truth about them, about how they operate, about the nature of the Epstein class, then you have to wonder, why are we voting in the first place? What is the point of all of this? Is there a reason to participate in the process? If in the end some Israeli casino lady can come in and just determine the outcome, that's not democracy. It's just straight up teeth-bared oligarchy. It's shut up and obey. And so while we can, it's probably worth doing whatever it takes within the bounds of the law to prevent that from happening. Because crushing Thomas Massie for the crime of telling the truth is itself a moral crime. And yet in Washington, the only people who are punished are those who told the truth. And at some point that has to stop, or the system itself lacks all legitimacy.
Wow. Tucker Carlson continues his redemption arc. Okay, that was pretty much all of my reposts there. Let's see if we've got any good podcasts. Oh, you know what? Let's go to the Discord. That's a great idea. Now begins the portion of the stream where you, the viewer, influence me, the streamer, by suggesting things for us to take a look at. And at the top of the list is Sophia.
The US must also grapple with the fact that Israel, as partner in this war, is in no mood to end it.
It's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium, that has to be taken out of Iran.
I can't point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years.
39 were killed in Israeli strikes yesterday. Israel is bombing Lebanon every day. Both wars are popular inside Israel.
On security matters, it's no big secret I'm tougher than Netanyahu himself on security. Iran was in the process of creating a shield which would prevent any future attack. The shield was by moving nuclear material underground and by producing such a big amount of ballistic missiles that it would deem Iran unattackable.
But we had, guarantees from President Trump, this will be all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Now you're talking a few years to effect any kind of regime change.
Do not hold your breath if you're under the impression that Israel's elections will replace a treacherous war criminal like Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, with a new peace-loving prime minister, because as you just heard, Naftali Bennett, who happens to be Netanyahu's opposition, who happens to be, according to the polls, the front runner in the election, has really
this guy's already been prime minister before.
Shown himself to be even more hawkish than Netanyahu. Now, you might not believe me, so we're going to show you the receipts. Because he's insanely delusional about the war in Iran to boot, and we should be aware of what the real problem actually is with Israel. It's not that we have one prime minister who's awful, and if we just get rid of that prime minister, everything's going to be great. No, actually quite the opposite. The problem runs much deeper than that. And so Bennett was asked how he differs from Benjamin Netanyahu. Great question by Piers Morgan. And the answer didn't make him appealing for those concerned with things like, ending wars. Take a look.
How would you be different to Netanyahu?
I would unite. I would unite Israel from within. I would respect all citizens, whether they voted for me or didn't vote for me, whether they're Jewish or Arab. And I would, be open to the world. Obviously, on security matters, it's no big secret I'm tougher than Netanyahu himself on security. But in terms of running a country, you'll see a competent leadership, clean leadership, one that focuses on just building better lives for its people.
A clean leadership, huh? An ethnically clean, maybe?
People, and not on the rest of the politics that's going on there.
So that messaging is really important to pay close attention to. How are you different from Benjamin Netanyahu? I would do wonderful things for the people of Israel. I would find a way to unite the country. But on security matters, meaning questions of war and peace, right? Oh, I'm going to be harsher than Netanyahu. Oh, great. By the way, Naftali Bennett is one of the people going around right now.
It's like, damn it, Israel, you have not learned your lesson. It's going to be painful, but we've got to do it.
Warning us that the next big threat is Turkey.
Yeah, he was the same guy that did that. Yeah.
So with that in mind.
And he also threatened another 9/11 style attack.
And it's important to note that Bennett would not be satisfied with Trump sending our troops into Iran to risk their lives by attempting to retrieve the enriched uranium. He also wants to dismantle the nuclear weapons program that Iran doesn't even have. This is all stuff he said in the interview with Piers Morgan. He wants to cap Iran's ballistic missile production. No, sorry, no. Why? So that they don't have the capacity to.
A better question is how? How are you going to do this? That's exactly what they've been trying. That's exactly what Netanyahu's been trying to do. Have they been successful? No.
Defend themselves? No. Okay. And he also wants regime change, of course, because that's what they've always wanted from the very beginning. They're not worried about the nuclear weapons. They're not worried about the enriched uranium. They're not worried about the ballistic missiles. Israel is a nuclear power. They're not worried about the fate of their country or whether they're going to exist. They exist. They will continue to exist. They have a freaking nuclear program. They have nuclear weapons. They're going to exist, regardless of what anyone might think about that. They exist. They will continue to exist. The real question is, will the United States continue aiding and abetting their war crimes? And will we continue invading countries and going to war on their behalf? That's the real question. And based on what I'm hearing from Naftali Bennett, he's more of the same. We also heard Netanyahu's decades-long fear-mongering.
Yeah, I don't know. Why did you click here? And why are you being so defiant about it? I can't explain your behavior, you know? I don't know what kind of person you are. It seems like the question that you pose is a rhetorical one that only you can answer. So maybe we should be asking you this question. Why did you click here? Why are you here? Because it's obvious you shouldn't be.
About Iran and how they could use nukes to attack Israel or the United States. But Bennett is about to fearmonger about Iran's defensive capabilities. I'm not kidding. Defensive capabilities. What I appreciate about Bennett is how candid he was, particularly in this portion of the interview. Take a listen.
Given where we are with this war, nearly 10 weeks in, I mean, are you optimistic about the way it's going? Do you feel good about this?
Well, I think it was necessary, and I want to explain why. The alternative was to not act, and Iran was in the process of creating a shield which would prevent any future attack. The shield was by moving nuclear material underground and by producing such a big amount of ballistic missiles that it would deem Iran unattackable. And once it would reach that zone of immunity, then it would race forward towards a nuclear weapon. We had to act before we'd lose the ability to act, and that's what we did. Wars are bad. By no means do I want to give an impression that this is great and we love it. No, wars are bad, and it's best to end wars. But there's just one thing worse, is having a nuclear Iran conducting the same actions, and then we lose all leverage. If they continue producing new uranium, it's worthless. If they go out and build 30,000 ballistic missiles, and then 5 years from now they're unattackable, unassailable, that's also very bad.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? We had to attack Iran before they were unattackable. That's what he said. So rather than, going along with Netanyahu's preferred propaganda tactic of fear-mongering about how any day now, Iran's going to launch a nuclear weapon and kill all you Americans. Any day now, any day now. Rather than doing that, Naftali Bennett is like, well, obviously we needed to attack immediately, because if we didn't, Iran would have built up their defense capabilities and they would be unattackable. And what use would Israel be if they weren't attacking other countries? Thank you for your honesty, Naftali Bennett. I appreciate it. Because this was the reasoning from the jump. The second Iran has a nuclear weapon, which they weren't even working toward, but the second they have a nuclear weapon, much like North Korea or Pakistan, you're going to think twice before launching a war against them. And Israel hates that, hates the idea of a country that's unattackable, right? Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. He's also delusionally under the impression that the entire globe thinks of Israel. What the entire globe thinks of Israel is actually what the globe thinks of Iran. So that might be informing his decision to disclose how long he thinks this war is going to last. So pay close attention to this next clip.
Now it had several thousand. Imagine it had 30,000 ballistic missiles, including intercontinental ones. This regime appears, I believe, will not survive in the long haul. Now, I can't point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years, but it's such a rotten, corrupt, incompetent regime, despised by its own people, old, and this whole structure is going to collapse. And what we can do, even if it doesn't happen right now, throughout the next few years, not unlike the Soviet Union of the late 80s, we can encourage that collapse.
But we had, guarantees from President Trump, this will be all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Now you're talking a few years to effect any kind of regime change.
These people are not our allies.
No. No.
They take and take, they destroy, they kill, they slaughter, they expand their border. What have they done for us? What have they done for us that is positive?
Wait, hang on.
3 years? It could be 3 months. It could be 3 years.
What have they done?
They don't give a...
There's got to be something that they did that's positive. They gave us Hava Nagila Hava. Didn't they invent hummus?
Damn about anyone's life. They don't care that people are being crushed economically just so they can expand their borders. They don't care that innocent people are getting slaughtered. They don't care that children are being killed. They don't care that entire families, entire bloodlines are being completely wiped out. They do it. They carry it out, and they don't value human lives unless those human lives are spewing Zionist propaganda. Because let's not make a mistake and think that these people even give a damn about Jewish people. Because if you're a Jew who is willing to speak out against Zionism, if you disagree with the political ideology of Zionism, you're no good to them.
I mean, they gave us 9/11 and that turned me into a patriot, and that's positive.
Project isn't about protecting Jewish people or Judaism.
I'm still trying to think about her question. What have the Israelis ever contributed that has been positive? I just know there's got to be something.
This whole project is about power, about empire, about land grabs. That's what this is about. 3 years? What would happen to the global economy if this war went on for 3 months?
I think we're going to find out.
Who knows? Who cares? Let's keep pretending like we're worried about enriched uranium.
I mean...
And continue this war, because what we really want is to destroy Iran. This is why I have such disdain for the Iranian diaspora that cheerled this war. Why I have deep disdain for people like Reza Pahlavi, who had the freaking audacity to think that he is...
Dreidel, 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 I made you out of clay. Dreidel, 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 with dreidel I shall play. Yeah, they gave us that, didn't they? That's nice.
deserving of any leadership position in a country he hasn't stepped foot in 47 freaking years.
Whoa, Anna, language.
No, Netanyahu isn't the one and only issue with Israel. It's societal rot that makes these people think they are entitled to slaughtering as many people as they want, dragging foreign countries into wars on their behalf, just destroying people's lives and livelihoods and economic, well-being.
Don't forget their pets, their dogs and their cats too.
For them, their project is the most important project in the world.
It's the only project.
Unbelievable, man.
Unbelievable dude.
That's the front runner to replace Netanyahu.
Every time with these fucks.
I don't know why this has never fully crossed my mind, but this picture is just too good to be true.
The president's been shot. Oh no.
Oh my God.
No. Either that or
I knew this shit was fake once it happened. Come on.
we don't know. Either that or they're covering him.
And they moved in for the photo op immediately.
We love you, President Trump. We love you.
That was probably the Secret Service applying some fake blood on him while he was knelt down.
We love you, President Trump.
There come the cameramen.
We love you.
Where did the flag come from?
You guys see it, right? Why does it look like the flag is being lowered into position just as photographers are being ushered in to take photographs?
Because people are stupid and should be led like sheep.
Right there, no flag, and now there's a flag. Let's look at it again. Okay, there's no flag. Trump has just gotten up from being shot.
It's a reality TV show. That's our politics.
And now the photographers are being moved into position. At this point, the camera angle basically stabilizes position, and then now you see the flag coming into frame. No flag, and then photographers getting in position, and then flag. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but something dark seems to be happening. Could Butler have been a stage event to communicate to Trump that he's under some kind of threat?
Allegedly.
Or was he maybe in on it to help him win the election? And once
you think?
victorious, allow him to assume some kind of...
There is nothing under the sun that I would not put past the Donald.
Demonic role to usher in the end times, which he says he's not. He's just a humble Red Cross doctor with demons above his head. But seriously, what the heck is going on?
What in the anti-Semitic hell is this?
Trump accidentally admitted this.
They need the strait more than we need it open.
We don't need it at all. We're doing it to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and, Kuwait.
And ourselves, meaning me, the president.
And other countries.
Wow. Are we supposed to start wars for other governments?
That should be all over TV. I hadn't actually seen that clip. Really shocking. He's basically saying we have enough oil in this country. It's raised gas prices, raised food prices. So why are we doing this? Well, Israel and Saudi Arabia need us to do this. And with all of the reporting, it's not just Netanyahu, it's MBS and the Gulf allies pushing him to do this. We're basically fighting a regional war. There's no benefit and only downside to the American people. We haven't made us any safer. They still have enriched uranium and food prices up, gas prices are up. For all of the president wanting them to cut rates because he wants mortgage rates to come down, credit card rates to come down. Fed can't do that. He's betraying the American worker and he's saying why. He's remarkably candid.
It is crystal clear when Israel has a new talking point because almost all of their folks will say it. Here's the president now using this same exact talking point as the Israelis about, oh, we're also doing this for the Saudis. Of course, inconvenient for them. The Saudis responded by going, no. We don't want the war to continue. That is not true, right? Putting that aside, Ro, are you more persuaded to continue the war if both the Israelis and the Saudis want it?
Absolutely not.
Oh my goodness, Saeed has a link for us. It better be good. It better be... Okay.
Would you have banned either of these marches, the Palestine Action one or the Tommy Robinson march?
So I have said that we should now start banning the pro-Palestinian marches.
The Tommy Robinson march, anything on that concerned you?
So I obviously didn't go there. I think that it's one of those marches where there are lots of people who are going for good reasons. There's some people who are going for not very good reasons. But it's a different kind of thing. They are talking about uniting the kingdom.
What would happen if you become a prime minister tomorrow? What would you change?
I would stop Islam. I'd end foreign funding in this country. All the migrants would be taken out of the hotels and sent back tomorrow by the military. I would reverse, I would have remigration. It's time for many Muslims to leave this country if they're not going to integrate or assimilate. It's time to go on.
Just astonishing. On the one hand, there are protests against...
I love the theatrical music in the background.
Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. On the other, protesting against the mass slaughter of innocent people, rather than protests in favour of open hatred towards Islam and Muslims.
That was too much. It made my brain hurt. What? I wasn't talking to you. You thought I was talking to you? I'm reacting to the links that are being played on the stream. Thank you very much. Sorry for being sassy. Do you accept my apology? Please don't be mad at me. I promise I'll do better in the future. Okay, Eldridge is next on deck. We gotta clap for Saeed. That was a good post. Nicely done. This time, of course. No money for universal health care, but plenty of money to spend on and ultimately replace this bullshit, he says. Okay, Eldridge, but why are you yelling?
Would you have banned either of these marches?
This is the same link.
Action one or the Tommy Robinson march?
So I have...
Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, this is crazy. These two fighter jets are doing like this air show. It's just a demonstration and they crash into each other. Here come the parachutes. Look at that. And there goes $50 million in equipment. Bye-bye healthcare. We had a good run. We had no run, but we tried. How did you know that? How did you know that I'm Mossad? Boomer moment. Excuse me. Are you fucking kidding me? I literally clicked on this link and this one played. Okay, that was nothing boomer. There was nothing boomer about that. You bitch. 150 million? Oh, I'm sorry. Something like that.
הכיבוש הישראלי עומד על שתי רגליים. רגל אחת היא השקר. שנים משקרים לנו שאין ברירה, שהכרחי לשלוח חיילים לחברון, שהרסנו שכונות שלמות בעזה בשביל לשחרר חטופים. טיהור אתני הוא הגירה מרצון, וילדים הרוגים הם נזק אגבי בחיסול מוצלח של עוד יושב ראש ועדת קישוט בחמאס. כדי שהשקר יחזיק, הכיבוש זקוק לרגל השנייה, השתיקה. מלמדים אותנו לשתוק, אסור לדבר על הכיבוש. לא בבית ספר, לא במערכת הפוליטית, לא באולפנים, וחס וחלילה שלא כחיילים שנשלחים לתחזק אותו. אנחנו, החיילים ששירתו בגדה המערבית ובעזה, מחזיקים על כתפינו את עולו של השקר הזה. אבל בגלל שאנחנו מחזיקים בשקר, אנחנו מחזיקים גם באמת. החיילים שאיתם דיברתי ראו איך הצבא סופר כמחבלים פלסטינים לא חמושים שנהרגו. הם סיפרו איך קיבלו הוראות מפורשות לא לעצור טרוריסטים יהודים סדיסטים, אבל כן את הקורבנות הפלסטינים. כדי להתחיל לדבר על השלום, צריך להתחיל לפרק את הרגליים של הכיבוש. אנחנו, החיילים שהיו שם בפרט, אבל כולנו פה באולם, צריכים לאחז באמת ולשבור שתיקה.
I can't believe is he speaking to a bunch of Israelis? This is beyond. Let's see what Abir said. Oh, I can't click on it. Here we go. This is beyond the edge of evil, she says. Watch an Israeli soldier openly confess to their own crimes. Let's see. He says, we must dismantle the occupation's legs. We, especially the soldiers who were there, but all of us are here in this hall, must hold the truth and break the silence. It is not easy to take responsibility for the things you have done of a society that desires life. It is possible. Not as long as Israel exists. I have to disagree. All right, let's see.
But obviously it is a very big...
Already seen that. Let's go on. The reality of living in Iran right now.
Iran was bombed approximately 70 days ago, and from the day that the bombs hit us, the internet connection was cut off. And I'm here to talk about how it feels like to be a writer, an artist, a teenager, living in this country. And that's it, really. And that's it, I don't know. There are people here. I'm in the balcony, so I'm not going to be talking very loudly. I'm just going to be like curled up here, talking slowly to you guys. And yeah. If you're wondering if the internet connection is off, how are you recording this video? Don't ask, because it's kind of illegal. No, seriously, don't ask. But,
it's kind of illegal.
Joking, alleged. Everything I say is alleged. Okay? Alleged. But, yeah, I might get in real trouble for saying this stuff. If this video actually manages to, like, gain views, I might get in trouble. I don't give a rat's ass about that. I want to tell the world what's going on. Even if like 20 people watch, I don't really care. I want to tell you guys what's been going on because I'm gonna die if I don't. So yeah, I'm a writer, an artist, I'm a teenager, and if you've seen my other...
Okay, we get it.
It was the most humiliating visit ever made anywhere by any American president in history. They went home empty-handed. Nothing on Taiwan, nothing on Iran, nothing on China's relationship.
Alistair Crook characterized the whole meeting as tourism. It was just 2 days of tourism.
With Russia and to the Ukraine war, nothing on tariffs. So what did Donald Trump do? As he slunk like a thief in the night out of Beijing, he went home and threatened genocide against the people of Iran. How else do you describe?
For Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. President DJT, that was May 17th yesterday.
A statement on Truth Social this afternoon that the clock is ticking for the people of Iran. They, the Iranians, 93 million of them, had better act quick or there will be nothing left of them. Which part of that war crime threat did the international legal system fail to pick up?
Since the displacement of Palestinians, education has served as a key tool for preserving the Palestinian cause and reinforcing the national narrative through school curricula. Following the establishment of the PA after the Oslo Accords in 1993, developing a national curriculum became a top priority, but it later turned into a target of Israeli and international pressure. Despite years of European funding for Palestinian education, the EU has linked part of its aid to curriculum changes over allegations of incitement, which Palestinians reject.
The problem lies in the world's double standards. While it speaks of peace and justice, the victim is asked to forget its own history. For Palestinians, to erase the words like Nakba, prisoners and martyrs, and to forget cities like Acre, Haifa and Jaffa. Palestinians are being asked to abandon their narrative in the name of peace.
These concepts are taught from the earliest grades and remain central to the curriculum. The education system is now facing increasing financial and political pressure.
The ministry is working on multiple tracks to sustain the education sector and secure funding for schools across Palestine. This includes investing in technology training for teachers and exploring...
Excuse me, we did not dismiss you, JFK C9Z. You can't leave yet, all right? You have to stay for the remainder of the class time. Otherwise, I will fail you.
Support from Palestinians overseas and other Arab nations.
However, pro-Israeli research centers argue that no substantial changes have been made to the curriculum, renewing calls for funding suspension.
Let them halt the funding. The EU cannot dictate full control over our educational curriculum. Any financial bargaining over our textbooks is seen as a violation of our people's rights, our customs, and our national narrative.
Just as they teach their children how to steal from our country, we teach our students how to protect our country.
EU funding, which could be suspended if the PA do not comply, spans multiple sectors, with education only part of it. A freeze could deepen the financial crisis, but the latest demand...
Isn't that headline just so crazy? What does the EU have to do with Palestinian education and its funding? Why are the Palestinians beholden to the European Union to fund their education? Oh, that's right, because they're victims of apartheid and occupation and blockading. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt has been booed for praising AI in a commencement speech.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
Boo, fucker.
You will help shape artificial intelligence.
Fuck that.
We do not know.
Oh, look how out of touch these old boomers are. Speaking of boomers.
We do not know.
Look at that. Yeah, you thought this was going to go great, didn't you, when you were practicing it in your fucking bathroom the night before?
If you'd let me make this point, please.
Yeah, if you just let me make the point, please. You lost the room. Please, if you just let me...
That's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well.
Oh, really? Even, you know, our children, I'm sure, right? In their private parts? Is that what you're trying to say? You sick fuck?
Whatever path you choose, AI will become part of how work is done. You cannot...
Sounds rapey, right? Well, AI is going to touch everything. There'll be nothing off limits.
Now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never
accomplish. Yeah, you keep playing up the AI bit, you idiot. That's going really great. You think at some point he would say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't mention those two letters anymore.
Offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on.
Oh, wow.
The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some advice.
He's like, that's what William Shatner did, right? When he was offered a seat on the rocket ship by Jeff Bezos. He just said, okay.
Find a way to say yes.
Who was he talking to? He's talking to one person out of 8 billion people that'll get to be on that rocket ship.
Listen, you bring the judgment.
Dude, that's awesome. I kind of want to see the whole thing now. To get more context, because that is just, that's satiating me. It's giving me life. I feel more youthful now. The kids are all right. Yeah, fuck your rocket ship, bozo.
How would you feel if the second you left your house, a network of
he's just talking to his donors, exactly. He thought he was at a corporate boardroom or something. What an idiot. It just shows you how out of touch they all are.
Advanced facial recognition system tracking cameras were tracking your every single move until you returned back home that day. Well, assuming you obviously closed your windows, because they can probably...
You never know when you might need a moldy tomato. Would have been the perfect occasion.
They see through that as well. Well, that's exactly what happens to Palestinians living on their own homeland. The technology used here was created by Israel, and it's called Blue Wolf. But it does have one weak point. Not every single Palestinian comes
case in point
preloaded in their amazing database. So the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, was given incentives and rewards for whichever soldier group could upload the most photos of Palestinian civilians so that they can build their database.
There's so much infrastructure and money devoted to sadism with this fucking culture.
Now, upon taking a photo of a civilian, they're presented with a bunch of information about them. Their past photos, family histories, education, and security rating for each person. They've also...
It's so cowardly. I should stop saying the word scary. It's not scary. It's just coward behavior.
Created a phone app called White Wolf. This was made for Jewish settlers on the West Bank so that they can scan photos of Palestinians' ID cards and find out the information about them. Some former soldiers even called this the Facebook for Palestinians. NSO Group is an Israeli tech firm. They created some of the most powerful spyware technology in the world right now. It's called Pegasus, and there's almost nothing you can do to fully protect yourself from it. This spyware can access personal data of any cell phone, that's encrypted messages, photos, locations, and even turn on your phone's camera and microphone, all while being 100% undetected. Now, Apple even recognized how big of a deal this was that they made a feature called Lockdown. Now, this limits your phone's functionality so that a lot of features that you normally use are now broken purposely. Lockdown disables message previews, it disables web browsing features, and it limits wired connections to computers when the device is fully locked. Now, this means that not even Apple knows how to fully and perfectly defend their phones from this type of exploit. It's just way too powerful. So since nobody's really reverse engineered this attack, Apple kind of just said, like, look, we'll just try to cover you as much as we can, but we're not really sure this can fully work either. An article by The Guardian shows that Pegasus was already being used by Israel to spy on 6 leading Palestinian civil society organizations, and the Palestinian Authority claimed that Pegasus was already found on the phones of 3 senior...
They're changing the iPhone into the buy phone.
Palestinian diplomats. Matter of fact, after making this video, it's probably a good idea that I turn on lockdown. In 2014, 43 veterans of the Israeli military's top secret intelligence gathering unit signed a public letter claiming they would no longer work on anything regarding occupied territories of Palestine due to the harm done by Israel's all-encompassing spying. In the testimony and in interviews, the Unit 8200 veterans described exploitative activities focused on innocents whom Israel hoped to enlist as collaborators. They said information about medical conditions, the sexual orientation, were among tidbits collected. They said that Palestinians lacked legal protections from harassment, extortion, and injury.
First they came for the Palestinians and we said nothing, for we were not Palestinian. Everything that's happening to the Palestinians will one day happen to us if we just continue allowing this. I mean, it might not be in my or your lifetime, but perhaps it would be if things develop apace as they've been going. It seems like things have been accelerating. But this is everything that you're seeing, what they're doing, all the tactics that they're doing, everything that they're showing you that they're doing to the Palestinians, that's exactly what's happening to us, or what will happen to us. It's already like by degree, you know? It's like it's the same story happening across the world. It's just in certain parts of the world, it's an extreme degree. You know, in the imperial core, it's to a lesser degree, but everything's reaching a fever pitch.
Palestinian sex talks were always a hot item to pass from one person in the unit to another for a good laugh. If you've ever watched Attack on Titan, the West Bank wall should look really familiar. This is where the term open air...
We just got to keep teaching people. We got to keep educating people. We got to keep agitating people. We got to keep organizing people. We know, like we were learning earlier, yes, matter shapes ideas, but then in turn, ideas can shape matter. We can... If we get enough people thinking the right thoughts, the right ideas, that can produce a qualitative shift. You know, that can produce the right actions. Yes, Gaza was a prototype, exactly. Kier, you get it. Western AI designed to control humanity in a corporate dystopia that can't even pay the interest on the loans. Chinese AI powers robots and science have a guess which one is going to be more profitable. Yeah. And China has like uses far less data centers. And they are still, from what I understand, they're kicking our ass in the AI department as well as other aspects too. But
prison comes from. The wall cuts in and deep into Palestinian territory, even beyond where the internationally recognized boundary is formed. Palestinians living on land that is being occupied are required to have an Israeli-issued ID card on their own land. Now, depending on where you live, the color of your card is different. West Bank and Gaza are green, which means they are restricted and need special permission to either enter Israel or East Jerusalem.
You know, LAPD and the Atlanta Police Department, even my own city, New Orleans Police Department, they all use Palantir AI targeting software to profile people. And studies have been done on these, and I'm not sure what the name of it is. It might be Operation Maven, or there's some. What's the main? Maybe you guys know the main technology that Palantir uses domestically with partners with police forces domestically in the United States. There's some word for it, but a lot of these big cities, they use this targeting AI software that Palantir produced, and it's been proven that it's 3% accurate. It's like so not useful. It's very like the person said, it's hella racist. It's a way to racially profile poor, low income minority neighborhoods. And they're not even accurate, you know. They don't even racially profile to be accurate. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because that's not really the point. It's just to keep the boot on the necks. Quell any sort of dissent, any sort of mass popular unrest.
East Jerusalem ID cards are blue, which allows more freedom of movement to travel throughout Israel.
I think that might be it, lavender. I can't remember if I think lavender is the one that the Israelis use. There's lavender, there's Where's Daddy. We could probably find out.
And Palestinian territories. Now, I want you to reflect on this. Right now, as long as you're an adult and you have the money for it, you can book a flight to pretty much wherever you want in the world without much permission needed, right? Well, if you're a Palestinian, it's not that easy at all. You'd first need strict permission from Israel, the occupiers, to leave your own land. And the only other option you have is to leave from Jordan and then fly from Jordan somewhere else.
That's the name. It's called Gotham, I think. Palantir's core software used by law enforcement agencies is called Palantir Gotham. It acts as a massive data integration and intelligence analysis platform that aggregates information from license plate readers, arrest records, and other databases to map criminal networks and forecast activity. So they're codifying all of this, you know, this evidence, this information, this data across different organizations involved in different aspects of our economy and our government. The company is also rolling out its Palantir artificial intelligence platform to modern police operations, allowing agencies to automate workflows and utilize generative AI alongside their older platforms. Key details of Palantir's work with the LAPD and the NOPD. The Los Angeles Police Department implemented Palantir Gotham to merge data from arrests, field interview cards, and automated license plate readers. I mean, it's the Israelification of the United States to support network mapping and investigative tasks. Because, we can't uplift the living conditions of the working class poor. We got to double down on the malevolence and the political and economic violence. So they're upgrading, it's that eternal class war. Everyone's clawing after the resources, one class pitted against another. They're both vying for the surplus value labor, the surplus value of the labor. And as you know, once the working class makes a stride, the ruling class adapts. It employs new tactics, new innovations, new technologies to further thwart working class independence and authority, or the prospect of it. And so you know, we have to constantly be tinkering and amending and evolving. And that's sort of what Mao was talking about at the outset of the stream when we were discussing the contradictions and the evolution of human thinking in one's own life. The New Orleans Police Department secretly partnered with Palantir in the early 2010s. Thank you, Mortiferum, for that big-time super. You're a goddamn gem, a gentleman and a scholar, and you're a purveyor of fine coffee, gourmet coffee. And we thank you for your donation. Your second one of the evening. That's incredibly nice. Thugbone, it's time to motorbike home, you say. Oh, you know what? This coincides perfectly with my own schedule, because it's time to motorboat your mom. Boom! Roasted. Got him. Okay, we can move on. I feel good about that. So yeah, the New Orleans Police Department secretly partnered with Palantir in the early 2010s. The software was used as a predictive policing tool to trace gang networks and identify potential suspects or victims. This relationship ended in 2018 after drawing scrutiny from civil rights advocates regarding algorithmic bias and a lack of transparency. Who would have thought that a deeply racist culture would produce technology that's also deeply racist? Who would have thought that a deeply racist culture would produce robots that were trained on the cultural slop of that society and wound up being so racist? Thank you for the gifted membership. I can't pronounce that because it's not anything, but we thank you. So Gotham is the name of the technology. Here we are visiting Palantir right now. We're at the Palantir website. I'm probably being put on a FBI watch list as we speak. Decision dominance from space to Talmud. From space to mud. It's a weird way of putting it. Orchestrate combat power. AI-driven combat superiority. Explore defense solutions. Powering the kill chain. This is just the Palantir website for Gotham. Gotham's targeting offering supports soldiers with an AI-powered kill chain. Great. So no human oversight. Let's just feed it to the robots. Tell us who to kill. And also, I thought we were talking about this technology being used in a domestic police force. Do domestic police forces have kill chains? Seamlessly, responsibly, integrating target identification and target effector pairing. Operators experience enhanced situational awareness and effectiveness as Gotham streamlines critical decision-making in the modern battle space. Wow, that sounds so eloquent. Gotham enables the autonomous tasking of sensors from drones to satellites based on AI-driven rules or manual inputs for human in-the-loop control. Gotham empowers you to make informed decisions. No, it doesn't. Maximizing the effectiveness of your assets and even the most dynamic operational environments. Gotham empowers you to make informed decisions. Source? Can you show me the studies that have been conducted on Gotham that prove it is woefully inaccurate. Okay, let's see. It says studies evaluating Palantir Gotham do not focus on the software's mathematical calculations being broken, but rather on how it ingests and processes dirty data, meaning historically biased, incomplete, or flawed police records. Because Gotham acts as a data aggregator, independent audits and academic research show that it replicates and amplifies existing human biases. Didn't we just talk about this? This is exactly what I was saying. Leading to highly inaccurate and discriminatory real-world outcomes. The primary studies, legal analyses, and investigative audits detailing these inaccuracies include the NYU School of Law Dirty Data Study in 2019, a landmark study by the AI Now Institute at the NYU School of Law specifically examined the NOPD and its secret use of Palantir Gotham. The finding is that the NOPD was under a federal consent decree for systemic corruption, racial profiling, and manufacturing false evidence. The inaccuracy, the researchers found that because Gotham ingested this dirty data, its predictive outputs and network mapping were fundamentally flawed. It generated a systemic feedback loop, predicting high crime and targeting individuals based on historically biased police behavior rather than objective criminal threat, creating a self-fulfilling, inaccurate proxy for actual crime. Number 2, the sociological audit of the LAPD Predict and Surveil 2021. Sociologist Sarah Brain conducted an extensive multi-year academic study embedded within the LAPD to analyze how the agency used Palantir Gotham, later published by Oxford University Press. The finding was that the study showed that data-driven policing tools tech wash human bias. Palantir's software assigns point values to individuals based on their interactions with police, such as being stopped and filled out on a field interview card, even if never arrested. Because certain neighborhoods were heavily over-policed, the software systematically gave marginalized individuals artificially inflated risk scores. Yeah, your Palantir social credit score. As soon as it drops below a certain number, you're marked for death. This made the data highly inaccurate as a measure of actual criminal intent or threat. Now, I'm going through this, I'm trying to remember because there was an actual study done. I thought it was the one that was done on the LAPD, which proved that it was something like 3% accurate, that Palantir's technology is terribly inaccurate. It's like not even close. And maybe it might have been in The Intercept. Let's see. It's paywalled. Okay, I'll find it. I'll figure it out. Palantir stronger than reject. Okay, wait. What study? Find me the statistics that shows Palantir has something like a 3% success rate on predicting crime, etc. The specific statistic that you are remembering, a very low single-digit success rate for predicting crime, belongs to a different predictive policing software called Predpol, later rebranded as Geopolitical rather than Palantir Gotham. So because Palantir Gotham operates primarily as a data aggregator and network mapping platform rather than a daily geographic hotspot generator, independent researchers haven't been able to measure it using a simple predictive. Okay, so this is for Predpol, it says, but I still think there's something else that's missing. Instead, the low accuracy statistics that made national headlines come from two major studies on predpol Geopolitical. The 4.7% Los Angeles study, a peer-reviewed academic assessment of predpol's deployments in Los Angeles, found that the algorithm accurately anticipated only 4.7% of crimes over a 117-day period. While this was technically higher than human crime analysts, it proved that more than 95% of the software's automated box predictions did not result in an actual reported crime. The less than 0.5% markup in Wired investigation of 23. A landmark investigative report published by the Markup and Wired analyzed a massive data drop of 23,631 automated crime predictions. The software's overall success rate was less than 0.5%. Out of more than 23,000 specific locations the AI flagged as high risk for a crime, fewer than 100 predictions actually lined up with a real crime later reported to the police. Specific categories fared even worse. Burglary predictions had a success rate of just 0.1%. Geopolitical officially shut down its operations at the end of 2023. Okay, so, this is why we check our sources. Who owns predpol? Why does that sound awful? Sound Thinking, the publicly traded surveillance technology company best known for its gunshot detection system, ShotSpotter, and predpol. Sounds great. Owns the remaining assets and intellectual property of predpol. So then it became Geopolitical. Okay, well, the point I'm trying to make is that AI is inaccurate and also politically biased. And that is proven by both of these studies, or the handful of studies that have been conducted on predpol, Palantir itself, etc. Okay, I'm sorry. Moving on. Let's go back to our video.
Else, but that's only if Israel lets you cross the border to Jordan, and they could easily reject you at any time for any reason. Now, this actually happened to a friend of mine. He packed his bags, booked his flights, booked his ticket, and then when he got to the border, they said, no, turn back around and go home. And he lost his money for the flight. Now, as a Palestinian citizen, you probably shouldn't be reacting with any pro-Palestine content online because they can see it as a possible threat. A report shows that over 390 Palestinians were being arrested for posts online. Now, better yet, in a BBC article where they were even hesitant to use the word Palestinian and instead they used the word Israeli Arab, as if being Palestinian is just like some preferred pronoun, says this about a girl detained for posting on social media. She was held in police custody and allegedly had disruptive behavior because her posts could incite violence among her followers. Well, what did she post, you might be thinking? A picture of a Palestinian flag, captioned, "There is no victor but God."
Yeah, there's another crazy story of a man in the West Bank, I think, or in Gaza or somewhere in Palestine, and he posted on Facebook in Arabic. He said, it was something like, it was a picture of him, and he said, "Hi everyone, good morning," and Palantir targeted him, and he was arrested for that anti-Semitic post. And it was just him saying, "Hi, good morning," something to that effect. It was like completely innocuous, but because it was a Palestinian man and he was speaking Arabic, they're like, "Oh, this guy says, he must have said D to the J's. This is hate speech." I think it was targeted for hate speech. Tiny hat speech.
Inside what the? And now, if you were a Palestinian citizen, you would not be allowed to have a PayPal account or any online payment system even similar to it. The Palestinian pound,
Pay Palestine.
that's made for your land.
Can't say PayPal. That sounds like anti-Semitic, doesn't it? PayPal? Pal what?
Actually, is pretty much never even used, so you're somewhat forced to use the Israeli currency instead. And if someone in Palestine wants to purchase something online or send money or receive...
Maybe the Jews thought Palestine was theirs because it was Palestine.
money, they would have to actually take more complicated routes like cryptocurrency or other really weird, strange ways to just send some money to a friend. The legal system is entirely different for a Palestinian indigenous to their own land and settlers occupying it. Palestinians are governed by military law, whereas settlers are governed by Israeli civil and criminal law. And then
Seymour Cox, thank you for that wonderful shot-spotting spooge of a comment. I noticed that the dick does have balls, and it's shooting out some liquid into a circle, which is probably a mouth, if I had to guess. And that is a riveting thing to behold and witness. And thank you for that comment.
tried in courts. Palestinians can be held for up to 8 days before seeing a military judge, whereas settlers must be brought before a judge within 24 hours. Palestinians can be jailed for participating in a gathering more than 10 people without a permit, whereas settlers can demonstrate up to 50 people.
Eyeballs, you're a little too late. What are you gonna do with that cock, Eyeballs? Come on your eyeballs?
And only limited by if it's an outdoor public speech. So indoors are totally fine as much as you want. Palestinians can face nighttime arrests and interrogations without a guardian and remain in detention, whereas settlers are protected against nighttime arrest and have the right to a parent present during interrogations. Palestinians face prohibitions on building and repairing buildings.
Hot Dog's right, that was not appropriate. Thank you, Hot Dog.
As settlers receive government incentives for infrastructure, and the list just goes on. Healthcare has the same exact type of issue where medicine being provided is dependent on whatever is being sourced through Israel. And meanwhile, the settlers there have some of the most robust healthcare systems in place, with a national health insurance system covering all residents.
Moving on, why
democracy might be mathematically impossible. This isn't a value judgment.
I mean, we know that. It's 23 minutes long. Atik, shame on you. Boo this man. Boo. I need to get my sound effects up. Fuck. Completely forgot about that. I don't actually have sound effects. Everything that you hear on this stream is 100,000% real. So, we're going to go ahead and boo the last suggestion. That was awful. I said it's time to boo. Why aren't you booing? You're supposed to boo. Thank you. That was awful. That was terrible, dude. Fuck. And then you got Keir No Damo. I don't want to watch him. This Australian dude?
Right, so a mushroom cloud has gone over Shemesh, west of Jerusalem.
No, I'm not going to listen to an Australian talk down at me for 50. It's over 15 minutes.
With Jesus bomb.
You believe in self-defense or no?
I believe in not invading other countries like
They're
Iran.
not invading.
The U.S.
No, they're not invading. They're not invading. That's been their land before any of these other countries.
Oh, Bucket Hat. Bucket Hat's got some thoughts about everything.
No, so I'm talking about Israel. Israel was there before.
You know that this weekend marks 78 years of the Nakba, when 750 Palestinian villages were destroyed to create the state of Israel.
Do you know who runs that area? Do you know
the Jews? Yes, I know. I know who runs that area. She says, do you know the organization that runs it? I know the organization that colonized it. Do you want to know the name of the organization that colonized Palestine? That was called the Jewish Colonization Association. Yeah, they just literally spelled it out for you. We're Jews and we're colonizing. What's the worst that could happen?
The organization that runs it?
Well, I know that right now the U.S. is
giving millions of dollars.
You must condemn Hamas.
Do you know who funded them?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, Netanyahu funded them.
And they paid billions of dollars to Iran.
Excuse me. Actually, Hamas was initially supported by Israel as a counterweight to
No, that's not.
Nice.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Oh, no, that's a lie.
They're not invading. They've been attacked. I'm sorry for you. God God bless you. I hope that that veil that is over your eyes is open in the mighty name of Yeshua Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus, to believe that we have
This
a right
dumb
to defend
bitch.
ourselves.
Shut up, you
We have a
fucking
right to
idiot.
defend ourselves with people that
You're
want to
loud
murder
and
us.
arrogant and you're wrong.
Please read the Bible.
Please read the Bible.
Free Palestine from Hamas.
We're supposed to bomb elementary schools. Read the Bible.
You are Islamic terrorists that are killing
Islamic terrorists. It's like, just like, these are the NPCs of the world. It's like they're characters in a video game. Is just like there to just slow you down.
Organization. And this comes from someone that was born in Iran, and I love this country because I have freedoms that I wouldn't have over there. Well, let's stop.
This is what I was told in my McGraw-Hill textbook when 3rd grade, and I learned that, and I said, okay, I'm all set. I don't need to learn anything else about my culture, my country, my government, that's foreign policy, nothing else, thank you. My 3rd grade textbook is all I need to understand that I'm living in milk and honey.
For hell's sakes, grow up.
Yeah, we saw that already. That's old.
Did you know there are only 3 people in the entire state of Utah, and the majority of them voted for Kevin O'Leary's AI data center before the Chinese intervened?
The majority of them want me to hold my shovel and start digging. And that's basically the debate we're having.
How do you know that the majority
Because
of
they
people...
voted for it unanimously before the Chinese guys.
There was a referendum?
This guy, Kevin O'Leary, why? Kevin O'Leary, who and why is he the way that he is? He's called Mr. Wonderful. He's a Canadian businessman, venture capitalist, television personality. He's a sharp-tongued investor. I would say a fork-tongued investor. Specializing in demon hiss with that fork tongue. He first built his fortune by co-founding SoftKey Software Products. Sounds like soft porn to me. In 1986, before being sold to Mattel. And okay, so the guy's a billionaire. He's a sound investor. Now he's jumping on the anti-China bandwagon. He's like, well, you know, it looks like the political economy that we live in is pumping out AI shit, and that's where the money is. So, all right, who do we have to hate? China? Okay, sign me. All right, well, I'm just going to start talking about that then. Now he's like, oh, we got to fight China.
Among citizens, or did some county board vote?
3-0. The commissioners of the county said, we want to be part
3
of this.
people voted. The people of the county.
They're elected officials. That's how you do it. There's
How
no other
hard
way
is
to
it
do
for Kevin O'Leary?
See, Tucker can't be fooled because he knows how this shit works.
And Amazon and Microsoft and Google to subvert 3 county commissioners in rural Utah. Why don't you have a referendum? Why don't you let all citizens, all taxpayers, the ones who are paying for your project, why don't they get to pay or vote?
Well, listen, the whole idea...
They're going to benefit from this tremendously.
Of expediting it was so the project didn't go to Jacksonville, Mississippi. That's the competition.
Did you know there...
Jacksonville, Mississippi. The dumb fuck can't even get the state. He's a Canadian. He doesn't even know where Jacksonville is, which is in Florida. Jacksonville, Mississippi. What an idiot. Unless he meant Jackson, Mississippi. Either way, he's wrong. Fucking shit. Tyler Oliveira got banned and deported from Israel. But this video is unavailable.
I just got banned from Israel upon arrival and deported back to America for anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. I flew out of New Jersey on an El Al flight to Tel Aviv on a plane with basically all Jews and had plenty of pleasant conversations and positive interactions on my way there. Believe it or not, a lot of Jews were excited for me to visit their country.
Where are we headed, boys? We're headed to Tel Aviv, baby.
Are they gonna let me in? But of course, I was being tracked the entire time, and photos of me circulated in Jewish WhatsApp groups as I was asleep in the middle seat of the back of the plane. 12 hours in the middle seat later, I land in Israel, and my passport scan says to go find an agent. I'm then brought to the back office where my interrogation begins. I tell him I'm here to enjoy the beaches of Tel Aviv, see some holy sites, and maybe do some street interviews asking some of the world's oldest questions, right? He then asks if I'm here to provoke Jews, if I'm hiding anything, if I'm anti-Semitic. I tell him no, obviously.
He's wearing a New York ball cap. How could he hate the Jews?
And goes like, you can just be honest. This is Israel. As if I said, yeah, I'm anti-Semitic, that would somehow go over well upon arriving to Israel. But I tell him, no, I'm not. I don't hate anyone, and I don't. He proceeds to watch my videos about the Hasidic Jewish communities in upstate New York and New Jersey, where I examine how they use welfare to afford 7 to 10 kids. I try to explain the nature of the videos, and he eventually tells me to go sit down while they deliberate my fate. About 30 minutes later, he tells me to come back in the room and states that he's spoken to his higher-ups and that I've been denied entry into Israel due to anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. I'm then handed a paper that I have to sign, which falsely claims that I've attempted to illegally immigrate to Israel, which is obviously bullshit, and I assume was done to prevent me from re-entering Israel for as long as legally possible, despite him telling me the real reason was due to anti-Semitic content. In fact, I checked Twitter and see that Israel's Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism is retweeting an Israeli news article that claims Tyler Oliveira, the Jew-hating YouTuber, is expelled from Israeli border on the orders of the Israeli minister. The fuck? He then quotes, I'm proud to have denied entry to Israel today to an unfortunate YouTuber who is using the harassment of Jews as a way to get clout on social media. Furthermore, let this be a lesson to all Jew haters and supporters of BDS. Whatever that means. Now, for a second, imagine if me criticizing welfare use in black communities in America somehow got me banned from countries in Africa. Or the welfare users in Appalachia somehow got me banned from Europe. This exception only seems to exist when it's regarding Jews. So I tell the agent, man, it's a shame I can't visit the biggest democracy in the Middle East. And he goes, well, maybe you can visit Afghanistan. They confiscate my passport, take me to a brief holding room with a bunch of Filipinos, and then tell me I have a flight out at midnight, which is like 8 hours later. Now, it's clear to me at this point that the unspoken strategy is they want the accusations of anti-Semitism they hurl at people like me to eventually become true, to then justify their very accusations. But the problem is, there is no hatred in my heart, only a resolve to see things as they are. So try to answer this. Why am I, as an American, not allowed to question my fellow Americans who happen to be Jewish and how our collective tax dollars are being spent in America? And why, if my videos happen to involve Jewish people, am I now labeled a Jew-hating anti-Semite, while our greatest ally, Israel, that is the single largest recipient of American foreign aid in our history, then deports me, while their government officials publicly paint a target on my back while I'm still in their country. Adjusting for inflation, U.S. aid to Israel from 1951 to 2022 totaled $317 billion, making it the largest recipient of American foreign aid since World War II. But fun fact, we don't even have a formal mutual defense treaty with Israel. Yes, our greatest ally is not even technically our ally. For perspective, the US has formal mutual defense treaties with all 32 NATO members.
Let's take a look at this again.
Largest recipient of.
Since World War II, the US has provided more foreign aid to Israel than to any other country. It's not even close.
American foreign aid in our history, then deports me while their government officials publicly paint a target on my back while I'm still in their country. Adjusting for inflation, U.S. aid to Israel from 1951 to 2022 totaled $317 billion, making it the largest recipient of American foreign aid since World War II. But fun fact, we don't even have a formal mutual defense treaty with Israel.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 317. That's just what's on the books.
Yes, our greatest ally is not even technically our ally. For perspective, the US has formal mutual defense treaties with all 32 NATO members: Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Thailand. And these treaties legally obligate the US to come to their defense if attacked and vice versa. The obligation is a two-way street, but not with Israel. In summary, we've given Israel over $300 billion in cumulative aid. We vote UN resolutions to shield them from international law all the time. We provide them with the most advanced weapons on Earth. And American troops die in conflicts to uphold Israeli interests, all without a formal obligation for Israel to defend the US. No treaty, no legitimate alliance, no defense commitment. So they'll take our money, they'll let our soldiers die to eliminate existential threats to Israel, but I'm the second coming of Hitler if I get on a plane to visit the country that's the largest recipient of foreign aid that my tax dollars go towards. I get deported and called a Jew hater by Israeli officials for what? Looking for the truth? Is that illegal in Israel, the biggest democracy in the Middle East? I've refrained from exploring this topic to the degree in which it deserves because I wanted to first report on important topics, boots on the ground in Israel, before I was inevitably banned. But now, there's nothing to lose. I'm effectively perma-banned from entering. I think it's time we examine how a small country of about 10 million people seemingly exert more control of American foreign policy than any other country on Earth.
Okay, let's see.
You are stealing my house. And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it. No one is allowed to steal it.
Yakub, come on, Yakub. Oh, come on now.
Senator, you take me to my next question because 70% of Americans in a new poll say President Trump is doing a bad job on the economy, the number one issue for voters, as you know. Bottom line, is it worth losing the midterms if the result is a non-nuclear Iran?
It's worth losing my job. If I had to give my job up to make sure Iran would never have a nuclear weapon, I would do it.
Would you give up the House and the Senate?
I would give up politically. The most important thing I can do with the job I've been given is to protect the American people. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but
It's crazy because Marjorie Taylor Greene just lost her job for doing the exact opposite. But maybe Lindsey Graham is unwittingly letting us know that he reads the writing on the wall and he knows that his support for Israel is really deeply unpopular with the American people, and he might actually lose re-election.
Been this way for 20 years. I believe they're religious Nazis in Iran. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would
religious Nazis, but in Iran, of course.
Use it. They've been trying to get one. They've been cheating. Obama and Biden were jokes when it came to containing Iran. Trump is doing something people should have done a long time ago. But here's the good news. Gas prices will come down when you put Iran in a box. Saudi-Israel peace will become possible when you put Iran.
But I thought we do have Iran in a box, and gas prices are surging.
In a box. The upside of dealing with Iran is enormously
good,
but you got to deal with them.
You got to dill. You got to dill like you're a pickle.
I can't even begin to tell you how much I love clips like this. There's so many people waking up to what AI is about to do to humanity. Watch him try to keep his composure the whole time.
Architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this. If you let me make this.
Yeah, he's worth 43 billion. Nobody wants to listen to a billionaire anymore.
Point, please.
Let me make my point, please.
Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
Comparing AI to
immigrants. We were
immigrants.
adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries. But the world we built,
I love
artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it. You are surrendering your agency.
Wait, why did he walk away? That was pretty funny.
But the world we built, artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be
Ritter alleged that Schmidt stalked her, spied on her digital communications, and forcibly raped her on multiple occasions between 21 and 23. That's the fucking schmuck that's speaking right now? Wait, where did he... Why did he leave?
unimaginably better for it. I'll switch sides. You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose,
AI will touch everything.
if you want to learn
Massive
something
booing.
entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on.
Obey.
The rocket ship is here. Let me give you some
The rocket
advice.
ship is here.
First,
Let me
find
give
a way
you
to say
some
yes.
advice.
Listen. You bring the judgment. You bring the
You
conscience.
can't spell advice without AI.
You bring the perspective. And I'll give you one final reflection.
It's just been booing him the whole time. Why does he still talk? Why doesn't he say, you know what? Let's pack it up.
I have come to believe is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships.
Unless they, like, sometimes they'll very malevolently overdub jeering or booing or clapping over the clip, and then you're like, so it gives you a false impression.
Thank you very much and good night.
But this seems like it's more genuine because he's actually reacting to all the booing in real time, so. God, I've heard more vigorous clapping at golf tournaments. I've heard more vigorous clapping at funerals. Former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and his wife panic when confronted about killing a generation of children in Palestine while their own kids are present. Please, with the children, they plead. Activist responds by asking if it's just your children they care about. Says she feels sorry for their kids. One day they're going to grow up and read the news.
What a beautiful day.
It is indeed.
Isn't it? It's so amazing.
Yeah.
How does it feel to have the blood of 500,000 children on your hand?
Kids. Thank you.
No, I'm just being very...
Please.
Yeah, but what about the kids that he's bombed and maimed?
Please.
I'm not
Oh,
harassing
not with
you.
his,
I'm just
yes,
asking
this is how
very
you get to them.
calmly.
He can't even go walk with his kids without being harassed for his war crimes. Gosh, what kind of country are we living in, folks?
You guys have been involved in the slaughter.
Please with the children.
Of,
Please with the
children?
Yeah, children.
Like you care about children, or is it just your children?
Please.
Is it just your children,
Please,
sir?
ma'am.
Yeah, the man doesn't make it any nicer.
The ma'am doesn't make it
I
any
feel
nicer.
sorry for your children. One day they'll grow up and read the
Get 'em.
news.
Get 'em. Get 'em. Get 'em.
I'm not leaving.
Get
This
'em.
is public.
Yeah, it's fucking exactly. They need the PNN treatment. This is a public street. This is a public place.
You've probably heard it.
We have heard it. We've seen that video so many times. We're not going to do that. Okay, Sabby, let's take a look. Sabby Sabs is a real one, folks.
We need to give a shout out to the students that were a part of this investigation that involves the IDF and the U.S. military, actually. I had no idea that the IDF was using American bodies. Israel has been taking American bodies, dead people, from the United States, and they have been using them for the IDF. And the U.S. military is a part of it. They knew about it, and they supported it. But thanks to these students, Al Jazeera covered this. These students are in California. So this involves the University of Southern California and the University of San Diego. So here we go. Like I said, this story is insane, but great journalism here, guys.
The students revealed university contracts with the Navy to provide training for Israeli military medics in California.
USC is the only university in the U.S. that appears to have a contract with the IDF mentioned in it.
If you're a potential donor, you don't have any knowledge that your body could be used potentially for training by the Israeli military.
Everybody hear that? Remember what I told you, defense is in everything? The University of Southern California has a contract with the IDF. See what I mean? Defense is in universities, they're with the hospitals, it's everywhere.
This is an army that is actively involved in a genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's horrifying. These things shouldn't be normal.
For years, the University of Southern California, a private university in Los Angeles, has been selling dead bodies to the U.S. Navy for medical training. Some are used in a specialized course run by the Navy and USC that brings Israeli military medics to Los Angeles 4 times a year to train on fresh tissue cadaver bodies. That means the donor died recently and their body is not chemically preserved.
Fresh.
Available contracts for these sales date back to 2018.
I think I was actually trying to disprove my initial thoughts, like this can't be the IDF.
This USC-affiliated physician agreed to speak to me on the condition of anonymity because they fear retaliation. They stumbled upon the contracts in 2024, following the university's heavy-handed crackdown on students and faculty protesting the genocide in Gaza.
Every question that came up, I just looked into it, and every answer I found was more horrific than what I had imagined. It violates every ethical lesson that I was ever taught.
Israeli military medics have been training with USC and the Navy since 2013 at the Navy Trauma Training Center here at the LA General Medical Center.
Did you guys know that? Did you know that we had, like, you know, Israeli, the IDF medics that were training? So do you see how the Navy is also a part of this too?
And student journalists uncovered that in recent years, USC has sourced the majority of donor bodies from the University of California, San Diego, a public university. What were some of the more alarming things that you found as you continue to research this?
The fact that they're using refused cadavers, they basically reanimate people pretty shortly after death. They re-infuse fluids mixed with dyed water. They put them on a pump to simulate a pulse again. They're making them look like they're alive again, basically.
I'm going to tell you guys this right now.
The fuck?
Look, it's your personal business. I don't need to know if you're doing it, but I will say this. If you are if you volunteered to be an organ donor or you volunteered to have your body be used for medical research, get that changed.
Yeah.
This is the only university that we know about. It doesn't mean it's not happening at other schools.
Right.
So if you volunteered that if you die, your body can be donated to medical you might want to get that changed.
I don't trust a goddamn thing.
Several trauma surgeons from across the U.S. confirmed to us that using perfused cadavers is not standard, especially because of the associated costs.
They definitely have simulated bodies that they can use.
Though little to no public information exists about the Israeli military course, a 2020 report written by USC and US Navy instructors offers a rare glimpse inside. It describes a 4-day combat trauma surgery skills course with trainees who are part of forward surgical teams from the Israeli military. That means they're deployed to operate on those wounded near the front lines. The report says that trainees treat simulated combat injuries, including gunshot wounds to the chest and leg and blast injuries to the face and torso. While it's unclear how exactly this training is applied today, there has been an increase in senior Israeli military doctors and surgeons embedding with units on the front lines in Gaza since October 2023. A U.S. Navy spokesperson confirmed to us that each Israeli military team in the Los Angeles training course includes 4 surgeons, 1 anesthesiologist, and 1 operating room nurse. And contracts show the course specifically uses perfused cadavers.
Regardless of whether we think it's gruesome to do that, right, to a dead body, the part that's even more disturbing, honestly, to me is, did the patient know?
Dr. Mohammed Raad is another USC-affiliated physician who found out about the course when student journalists broke the story. And what was your reaction when you learned about this?
It's disturbing, right? We're approaching patients who donated their body with dignity and with respect. And by doing these procedures, coordinating with foreign armies, would they have agreed to that? Are we desecrating their bodies after death?
They probably would not have agreed to it. You're going to see what the family members are saying as well.
Viewed the donor agreements for both USC and UC San Diego. Nowhere is there an explicit mention of possible use in training military medics. Notably, donors to both universities are not allowed to make requests about how their bodies will be used, and their families can't obtain that information. We also asked USC how injuries are...
Danny, where you at, Danny Jacobian? I'm Yisrael Chai, baby. Thank you for all the extra toilet paper, Danny. We appreciate it. My butthole is a little raw, and I know that when I go to the toilet again, I can use these extra toilet paper that you have supplied the chat. Thank you so much. I'm Yisrael Chai.
Simulated on the cadavers. They did not answer. A Navy spokesperson told us experienced trauma surgeons recreate complex injury patterns with surgical tools to deliver a high-fidelity, hyper-realistic training environment.
They're basically guys like that. Exactly. What are they even doing in the U.S.? Guys, they're basically using American bodies to train on for what they're going to do to people in Gaza. Or the West Bank, or Iran, or anywhere. Let's see if we're at the right part yet. Yes, this is where the students get involved.
Hi, everyone, I'm Dina.
These are the student journalists who exposed the program.
So this is where you did your investigation?
Yes, that all happens here.
They found that USC has generated over $1 million from contracts providing at least 89 cadavers to the U.S. Navy since 2018.
We can actually see all of the contracts that the Department of Defense has done related to cadavers with all organizations.
The students also identified what appears to be members of a specific Israeli military brigade photographed near the Navy Trauma Training Center in Los Angeles.
We obtained a photo that had 2 people who we believe to be participants in the program at LA General.
They believe they're associated with the Israeli military's elite Golani Brigade, a unit infamous for war crimes in Gaza.
It's a brigade that has themselves been implicated in the death and killing of paramedics.
The Goon Squad. The Seaman Brigade.
On March 23, 2025, soldiers from the Golani Brigade carried out a massacre of 15...
We remember that part. I have to fast forward because of YouTube. But see, these are the same people.
Israeli Military Medical Corps.
Both of them on their hoodies had joint training on the back. The top 2 were Navy-related logos, and then the bottom one appears to be the Golani Brigade logo with a medical variation of the IDF superimposed on top of it.
Did you ask USC to confirm the presence of the Golani Brigade?
We did. We received a call back saying that they would not comment on the presence of the Golani Brigade.
They called you to say no comment.
Yes.
They didn't put it in writing.
They did not.
Is that standard for your reporting?
Typically, no.
We could not verify whether the people photographed were associated with the Golani Brigade. We asked USC to confirm if medics associated with the Golani Brigade participated in the training, but they did not reply to that specific question. The U.S. Navy told us it would be inappropriate for them to share information about Israeli military personnel participating in the program. The Israeli military did not respond to our questions. In emails to us, both universities said that the program does not constitute military training, but rather educational.
USC has maintained that the Israeli medical personnel that are involved in this program are non-combatants, but that doesn't necessarily rule out the fact that they are near the front lines. They could be near where this massacre happened.
And then also remember, they all have to serve in the IDF at some point in time, right? So like I could say that I'm not combat, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be combat a couple of months from now. U.S. Navy directly implicated.
Surgeons in training for the Israeli military are still part of the military. When we think of non-combatants, it does not necessarily mean that they are uninvolved in some of the Israeli military's potential war crimes.
Do you feel like USC has been forthcoming and transparent regarding answers to your questions?
No. Jennifer's reporting has focused on the families of those who donated their bodies to USC.
It's really important that we acknowledge not only like what is happening to these bodies, but also the effect it has on the families now that they know that this could have happened to their loved one. I can't imagine the distress they're feeling.
And I just want to add something.
If Israelis could, like, you know, take a dead body or somehow capture the soul of the person and put it in a little glass jar, they would do it.
You know, there are many of these universities that are definitely pro-Zionist. We all know about Columbia University.
Thank you, Defiance, for becoming a comrade. Weren't you the one in here that was like, why am I here? Was that you? And now we've got you as a subscriber, as a member of the live stream? Wow. That is quite an arc. You went from villain to hero just like that. We won you over. I really want to know what did it. Everybody, please clap for ourselves. Okay, that was the weakest clap ever. Can we get more of a crowd going? That's it. Thank you. Yeah, kudos to us for being so awesome.
It was one of the more infamous ones during the pro-Palestinian protests, right? University of Southern California is one also. Some of these elite institutions, you really got to look into it. And I'm just saying, at the end of the day, a lot of this is all about money. So I don't believe that's the other.
They stopped in for the anti-Semitism and they stayed for the analysis.
Thing about this. Hey, shout out to this.
My kitty is trying to play the piano again. Just jumping up on. That's not furniture. That's my piano, kitty boy.
Students for this investigation, but the question I'm asking is, what other universities are doing this? Because I doubt it was just the University of Southern California.
Jeanette was a force. She was the matriarch of the family.
She really did want her body to go to training the next generation of doctors.
Jeanette Volpin died in 2021 at the age of 101 and donated her body to USC. Her daughter and granddaughter have been reeling from the news.
When I saw that article that came out from the journalism students, I was furious and sick to my stomach.
Was Jeanette ever told that there would be the possibility that her body would be used in training with military?
Absolutely not.
No, she was not told that, nor were we.
Had she known that, do you think she would have been comfortable donating her body to USC?
I don't think so. I believe she would have made a different choice if she had known that.
Have you been able to find closure?
You know, things felt very settled, especially once we did get her ashes back, which, I mean, at this point, are they even her ashes? You know, it really has destroyed any trust. You know, I'm starting to get upset, and I love my mom, and I think about her a lot. This is bringing up those kinds of emotions again.
So you guys get the point, right? Family didn't even know, that nobody contacted the family to see if this is okay or anything. Like, just the fact that they are using American bodies to practice warfare on so that they can then go and do that to Palestinians. It's disgusting.
But not surprising.
And I don't think a lot of people know about this. If you wanted to see this full video, guys, it's called Israeli Military Medics Are Training on Dead Americans. And it's from Al Jazeera. So definitely, like, check it out. Again, someone sent me the story. I was like, this can't be. I was like, there's no way this is real. And then I watched it. I was like, oh my God. So we're very much infiltrated. Okay? So it's everywhere. The universities, like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And
wait, what, Saeed? What exactly?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I really do think that when I say, you know, the people have to be, like, activated, you know, I think that will only happen when we reach rock bottom or something else crazy happens, like another pandemic or something like that in a short amount of time. Like, I think at some point, I think people are just going to lose their shit. And I think they want that, though. I do think they want the chaos.
Oh, no doubt. They want all of the smoke. No doubt about it. And they're getting it. They're totally getting it. And they're going to lose. They're going to lose. There's no going back. The genie is out of the bottle. I don't care what people say. Their days are numbered, folks. Do you believe that? People say, oh, well, they've been doing this for thousands of years. Nothing's gonna change. They said that about chattel slavery, too.
American, listen close.
They said that about the Roman Empire.
We are not your enemy.
We are not your enemy. We are the voice from Africa.
We come with no gun, no flag, only memory.
Did y'all see, I don't want to watch another Lego video, okay? A 9-minute Lego video? I don't think so.
All right, so you are watching and listening to the Electronic Intifada. I am good video because it's a good...
I really like the Electronic Intifada. It's a little late in the stream to start that video and to get a deep dive. But we have looked at some of these videos where it's HZB drone striking ISR. And it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. There was a podcast I watched, Dialogue Works, interviewed, here it is. No, wait, it's this one. So, y'all know Professor Zhang, and we're always like looking at him, kind of side-eyeing him, because he's full of shit, you know? This is I'm not going to watch this right now, but I did watch a little bit of it earlier. And Larry Johnson and Nima just skewer Professor Zhang on all of his, it says, most embarrassing predictions exposed. But that guy is basically an intelligence asset. If you didn't know, he's a plant. He's astroturfed. He's a CIA cutout, and a lot of his shit is completely bogus. And even the spectacle, like how he came to be, is very odd. You know, when you see these people that just like out of nowhere, they have meteoric rises. They're on all the biggest podcasts. And you're like, where did this person come from? They were literally non-existent. That usually tells you that it's a psyop. So Professor Zhang is definitely a psyop. I'm going to see if I can maybe give you just like one thing that he said and then Larry reacts to it. I think the first, let's just try to look at the first. We'll look at a short clip of it.
Fiction. Israel will achieve the Greater Israel Project.
And do you have a timeline for this?
The moment America quits this war against Iran, the moment that America leaves the Middle East, Israel will achieve the Greater Israel Project. And what's really interesting right now is that Israel is trying to drag this war out for as long as possible because they see this war as a way to destroy all its major enemies in the Middle East. You know, the Israelis have already said this. After Iran, Turkey is next.
Turkey. So you think Israel are going to conquer the Middle East?
Israel has essentially already conquered the Middle East. The only force in their way right now is America. So once America leaves the Middle East, which I expect to happen,
so you can look at Larry, he's like, what?
then
so dumb.
Israel will absorb CENTCOM, which is
He's literally just like Mossad.
Central Command, the American military bases in the Middle East, and they will achieve the Greater Israel Project. There's no other power in the Middle East that can withstand the might and power of Israel. This war is already destroying Saudi Arabia and the GCC, right? So the last opponent is Turkey. Once Turkey is brought into this war...
And what about Iran there?
Then Israel will achieve the Greater Israel Project.
And
voila.
The Greater Israel Project covers all of this region here from Turkey, Egypt, Yemen, Oman.
So the Greater Israel Project is like this, okay? So it goes from the Nile in Egypt to the Euphrates in Iraq. And it covers part of Turkey, all of Syria, all of Lebanon, all of Jordan, and parts of Saudi Arabia, which also includes Mecca.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this to me? Jeez. You know, I had listened to this guy a little bit, and what little bit I had first heard about it, I knew he was completely full of shit. He is, I don't know who's, most likely in my view, he's an Israeli intelligence asset. He's been used as an information operation because what he says is just complete.
But he's Asian though.
Shit, crazy. Okay, let's step back and look at it. Oh, Israel's already conquered the Middle East. Hell, they can't conquer Gaza for God's sake. Okay, how do you know that? Well, it started on October 7th with the attack by Hamas, and then starting October 8th, Israel's retaliation. So here we are in May of 2006. Now, almost 3 years later, you know, you hear these people that say Russia's incompetent because it hasn't captured all of Ukraine in 4 years. Well, they've captured the amount of territory that Iran has captured in Ukraine over the last 4 years plus.
I see you guys are saying Larry is CIA. We know Larry's career. We are listening to Larry because he actually speaks honestly about his experiences and his analysis, and it comports with other things that we've taken in and take as credible. And on the other hand, Professor Zhang, we don't know anything about him. He calls himself a professor. He's not actually a professor. We don't know who is behind him.
Is the equivalent of 5 Gazas.
There's no mystery about Larry Johnson.
Okay, 5. And only Russia's been fighting NATO, the NATO proxy, an army that's equipped with tanks, with artillery, with drones. Here's Israel fighting Hamas, who doesn't have any of that, just sidearms, some RPGs, some long-range, some rifles, sniper rifles. And they fought Israel to a standstill, an absolute standstill. And yet they're now going to take over Syria and Turkey and Lebanon and parts of Egypt and parts of Saudi Arabia and Jordan. Get out of here. I mean, you know, the guy is spinning bullshit. And what bothers me is he keeps getting on shows like he's got some credibility. I mean, what is it he's actually done?
Did I say something that was wrong? Joe Monkey Man? I mean, it's like, I believe George Kennan when he tells us that NATO expansion is going to lead to war with Ukraine, war with Russia. And it was a bad idea to expand NATO. That is the Cold War policy planner, the first policy planner of the Cold War, who was instrumental in containing communism. But I trust his opinion after his career when he looks upon the prevailing policies of the government and how they are antagonizing Russia. I take his word for it. I think that it's not... it actually proves that that position is even more objectively true, because it's not like somebody like George Kennan wants to, be characterized as a Kremlin apologist. He's the person that's fought the Kremlin. So what incentive would George Kennan have at the later stage, at the end of his life, to call out and criticize the U.S. government? I think it's very powerful, in fact. And I think it's the same with Larry Johnson, the fact that he's actually critical of the U.S. government, the fact that he says things that I say on my stream. He says things that are in perfect alliance with other credible sources that I take from, that are whether or not they've, had an active career in the government or not. You have to practice media literacy, monkey man. Okay, maybe that's what I can help you out, because you're chimping out right now, and you really shouldn't be. You should be trying to elevate yourself, graduate past the level of sense perceptions and impressions about your world that we talk about on this stream. It's time to get more comprehensive. It's time to recognize that everything contains contradictions. Every person has contradictions. We practice media literacy here. We have to think critically. Okay. But hey, you know what? You're right. Maybe you should go back to trusting Professor Zhang because you didn't like my answer, and you had a problem with the way I gave you that answer to you. So yeah, you're right. You should just think uncritically about it all, and just because one person said something a certain way, that should inform your opinion about somebody else. Right?
Has he ever held a security clearance? Has he ever actually had any actual involvement with military operations?
A better question is, do you agree or disagree with Professor Zhang? Do you think that Israel has conquered the Middle East? That would be a better question. Do you agree with Professor Zhang? Do you think that Israel is achieving the Greater Israel Project? Do you think that the only country that stands in the way of Israel is the United States? Do you think that they've defeated Iran? Do you think that only Turkey stands before Israel in its way of achieving its Greater Israel Project? I mean, think for yourself. Understand what the argument is being posed before you and base it on the merit of their talking points.
Or with intelligence operations, he's a project of somebody, because even I received an quote invite that, oh, here he is, you can invite him onto your show. And I said, I got zero interest in that. I don't think he has anything intelligence to share. Then they tell him, oh, he predicted this and he predicted that. He's a tool and he's being used. But again, this is nonsensical. Israel cannot defeat Hamas. And that they're going to now defeat Hezbollah and Syria and Turkey and Iraq and Saudi Arabia. God, stop. I mean,
I love that you have nothing to say in response to the whole thing that I just said, except take the very last thing and, I don't know, put a laugh emoji on it. Great job. Really riveting work. Very influential. Very convincing.
Really? They go around and say that and be taken credibly? I don't get it. Sorry, but it's just, it's nonsensical. And yet, what bothers me, he came out of nowhere. I mean, just boom, pops up on the scene, and all of a sudden he's on all these talk shows, that's a directed op. That just doesn't happen.
Apparently, if I was Joe Monkey Man, I should have outsourced my thinking and just agree with whatever Professor Zhang says, because, my commentary about this, is lacking, allegedly. So, trying to draw a distinction between Larry Johnson and Professor Zhang, I might as well just listen to Professor Zhang. But meanwhile, I'm not going to say anything that I agree with him about or disagree with him about. I'm not going to address the merit of his argument.
And people say, oh, Larry's just jealous. No, I'm not jealous. I got plenty to do on my own. But I know.
Thank you, Bear G, for subscriptions.
How this thing works. That either, when I was first approached, very, very, very first time I was ever on the media was on CNN. I think it was August of 1994. Carlos the Jackal had just been captured. And so because I'd been in the counterterrorism office, and the guy...
Thank you, Kyolas. You say I should recognize D's nuts? I'm just saying Zhang might have some point, and we know Larry does, just trying to pick out data points. I think Israel would have used a nuke by now if they didn't get to use our military. Well, I have yet to hear Professor Zhang be any more insightful or any more accurate than any of the other political commentators that I take in on a daily basis. So why entertain someone that is a complete distraction, who's saying just like outlandish, metaphysical, pseudo-intellectual stuff? He's had some. I'm blanking on some of these other videos that I've watched of him. I'm like, what is he talking about? It's like, it just makes no sense. It's like, it's obvious that he's serving. Hey, thank you, Saeed, for that enormous cheer. That is very, very kind of you. I've got my resident patron here supporting the stream on the daily, and he almost single-handedly starts a hype train for us, and that is excellent. And we thank you. Everybody clap for Saeed. A lot of people don't know this about Saeed, but long before he obviously had a very successful career as an oil baron out there in the Middle East, he actually had much humbler beginnings. And you know what, Joe? You're an idiot, okay? All you have are name calling. You don't ever actually combat the talking points. I understand why you're not a leftist, because you're a baby. You're a child. You behave like a child. You literally, get your entire political ideology because of you don't like this streamer on YouTube. Therefore, my own political ideology is going to be informed by, I don't like that streamer. It's like, that's why I say think for yourself, dude. Look at your own socioeconomic conditions. Look at your living conditions. Understand that your position in the economy is the most primary thing, your most primary, most relevant identity in this world, and you have a political ideology that stands in antagonism towards your own living conditions. And you're advocating for undermining them. Why would you do that? Oh, because you're a child. You haven't actually, transcended your own cognitive development. You're still thinking like a little kid and getting your feelings hurt and shit. It's like, grow up, dude. But what I was trying to tell you before I was rudely interrupted was that Saeed actually, he began very humbly. He actually used to be a professor. Speaking of professors, not like Professor Zhang, because he's not actually a professor. But Saeed was a professor. He was a professor of archaeology, in fact. He studied archaeology. He was, this is crazy, but he used to trot around the globe collecting powerful religious artifacts so that they couldn't be used by evil people if they got in the wrong hands. And there's a famous story of Saeed that's not known in the West, but it is where he's from. And he was on a train. This is a long time ago. He was on a train. He was fighting Nazis, in fact. And he got into a fight with one. He threw the Nazi off the train. And the passengers looking by, they looked on with horror. And he looked at them and he was like, look, no ticket. And that's how he raided the Lost Ark. It's a true story, by the way. That is a true 1,000%. No, see, people are saying, oh, it's Indiana Jones. No, not even true. Not even remotely true. In fact, if that's true at all, it's in the reverse, okay? It's because Indiana Jones, whoever wrote that, they stole that story from Saeed. And that's... Can you have... Your skin itches. Is that because you're not indigenous to the Middle East, Saeed? What is it? What is it here? I still want to know why does... Hey, Thugbone, thank you for that big time cheer. That's incredibly nice of you. Everybody clap for Thugbone. Thuggish and he's ruggish. I still want to know why the Monkey Man won't be a leftist. Why won't he? Can the Monkey Man tell me what is so averse to advocating for his own socioeconomic conditions? Why is he so averse to information? Can he articulate what about it? He based his entire political ideology on liking me or not liking me. Isn't that weird? Your personal feelings towards an individual should never cloud what your political ideology is. Okay? That shit should be shored up within you. You should see things above personal feelings. Okay? And I don't think Monkey Man is doing that. And that makes me sad. Maybe it's a physical thing. That's true. He said he couldn't Not that he wouldn't. It's a good point. I guess Monkey Man must have left. I have so many questions for Monkey Man. And yet they will have to go unanswered. Bad Monkey. Monkey Man, if you're listening, I'm sorry, okay? I'm telling you, it's going to be okay. There is hope for your botched lobotomy. We can fix you. It's going to take some time. We've got plenty of bananas to feed your little monkey heart. Everybody clap for me. Thank you, PJ. It's time for my medication. Looks like I hit the 4-hour mark. Is that what you're saying? Are you guys tired of me? Is that what this is? You've been waiting for me to stop the stream. Well, anyway, this clip, this podcast is pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of takedowns he goes through. I encourage you guys to watch it. You know, Monkey Man, if you're out there listening, you should watch this in its entirety and tell me if at the end of it you still believe that Professor Zhang is someone who should be listened to and taken as a credible source. Yeah, we love Nima. You can go another 5 minutes. Just so you're almost maxed out. You've almost hit your Rathbone quota. You've got maybe 5 minutes left in the tank to withstand me and tolerate me. That's nice. Maybe I should extend my streams to 4 hours and 5 minutes now because Saeed can do that. A 24-hour Elden Ring stream. I don't think I can do that. I like video games, but after a while, I'm like, I feel like I should be doing something more productive. Because, like, I'll be able, like, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption, and, you know, I'll be able to loot and pillage and get all this stuff, and I feel like I got all this money, and then I remember it's just a video game. I actually don't have all those things. At the end of the day, nothing was achieved in the real world. Monkey Man, follow your dreams. Don't let your dreams be dreams. If Zhang can be a crook, so can you. And follow Comrade Batty on YouTube. Monkey Man ain't from around these parts. Monkey Man's been monkeying about. Monkey Man's been monkeying around power lines, and that's why he's got some brain damage. I'm not a disingenuous prick or creep. Why did he call me that? I'm going to be thinking about it the rest of the night. I'm very genuine. I'm very authentic. I'm very sincere. You know what the problem is? I can sniff the sarcasm out. I can sniff the bad faith. So if you're going to go with that route, I can dial up the pettiness. The guy was already like sarcastically making fun of me and what I was talking about. And then like it's like you dish it out but you can't take it. He was being disingenuous. He was getting in his fifis. So fuck him. I don't owe this motherfucker anything. You're going to come in here and be a disingenuous troll. Well, I'm going to be disingenuous too. I'm going to be sarcastic. I'm going to belittle you. I'm going to insult your intelligence because you have none. But, you know, I'm met with, I give out the energy that I'm met with. And I think that's just true. People that deserve an argument will get one. But if you don't if you don't demonstrate that you are this tall to ride the ride, then you're not gonna get on it. You know, we're not gonna have that conversation. Yeah, thick skin is required for a content creator. Yep, we're, putting ourselves out there. We're opening ourselves up to a lot of madness and stupidity, and I recognize that. Yan can cook reference? Yeah, nobody knows what the fuck that is. What is that? I'm almost inclined to look it up. Oh my goodness, from 1982? Wow, Saeed is really dating himself. Was that before or after you threw the Nazi off the train? Come on, Saeed, be honest. The Yan Can Cook is a Chinese-oriented cooking show starring Chef Martin Yan that featured recipes for stir-fried foods and an assortment of various other traditional Chinese meals. Damn, I'm getting hungry now. Why you gotta do that to me? You remember it too, huh, JJX? So you're also ancient? How old are you? Ancient? Oh, okay. All right, is there anything else we need to talk about here? Do you have any questions for me? Thousands of Bolivians among indigenous people, peasants, workers, students, unionists continue on a total arms down strike. The country is paralyzed until that fucking puppet, Rodrigo Paz, leaves and lets the people live in peace. Bolivia, you have my respect. We hear you, we see you. Let's take this in. This is Eddie Liger talking to us.
So right now, working class Bolivians are out in the streets trying to arrest their right-wing US-backed president. And some reports are saying that they've already forced him to flee the country. So this is a good time to talk about the recent history of Bolivia and what led them to this point. In 2005, the Bolivians elected
Thank you for the cheer. All right, Grandpa Saeed. He's got to take his dentures out. Get himself a warm glass of milk. Yes, indeed.
First ever indigenous president.
Thank you, VNG. I appreciate that.
A union leader named Evo Morales, who was a part of the Socialist Party. And under him, they were able to decrease poverty by as much as 60%, increase their productive output, and abolish illiteracy. Among other economic victories for the Bolivian workers, like...
Good morning to you, Saeed. Have a wonderful day. Drop the kids off at school. Kiss your wife. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your family, but love to you and also to your family as well. Thank you so much. As usual, everybody clap for Saeed. He's a goddamn gem. And we love him.
Greatly expanded access to healthcare. But in 2019, the US helped to overthrow Evo in a coup that installed a wildly unpopular right-wing dictatorship, which suppressed and unalived multiple indigenous and union leaders. But just a year later, the Bolivians were able to elect another member of the Socialist Party, a man named Luis Arce, who had been Evo's economist, which was a victory for the workers until Evo returned to the country, and some people wanted him to return as president because he was overthrown undemocratically in a coup. But Arce and the people who supported him thought that he should remain in power. So this created a split in the Socialist Party that the right wing was able to exploit in order to get their guy in power in 2025, making this the first time in 2 decades that the Socialist Party had not been in power. But this guy's policies have absolutely sucked for regular working class Bolivians. And recently, it was revealed that he invited the DEA and other US security forces back into Bolivia for the first time in almost 2 decades. So in response, the organized Bolivian workers are going absolutely nuts and trying to arrest him, which is super based. I hope that they're successful in kicking this US puppet to the curb and reestablishing a socialist government. Solidarity with all these Bolivians who are in the streets right now.
Well, word around the campfire is that he did flee the country. Is there something else I'm forgetting that I wanted to talk about? I'm trying to remember. So much has happened. Oh yeah. It was that big ass explosion. What's up with that explosion in Israel? Did y'all see that? Some defense company went up in smoke. Giant fireball. Mystery blast. Boom Boom Tel Aviv. I don't know where it was though. Beit Shemesh. It was in Beit Shemesh. And apparently it was at a defense facility.
A massive explosion lit up the night sky over central Israel, sending a towering mushroom-like cloud into the air near Beit Shemesh. The dramatic visuals triggered panic among residents, as videos spread rapidly online, raising immediate questions about what caused the blast. Confusion deepened as authorities briefly restricted access to the area and offered no immediate explanation. Social media was flooded with claims of a strike or accident at a sensitive military site, with some unverified reports even alleging large-scale damage to a
controlled explosion with controlled injuries and controlled casualties.
Defense facility.
That's what they're saying, that it was a controlled explosion, but everything about it screams that it wasn't, and I guess at best it was an accident. I mean,
hours later,
people not
Israel's
killed?
state-run defense company Tomer said the explosion was a pre-planned rocket engine test.
Sure,
firm
buddy.
linked to
As
it-
Larry Johnson points out, it's like, why wouldn't that happen during the day where you could see everything? The fact that it happened at night, that kind of shit doesn't happen at night.
Advanced Missile Systems, stated the operation was conducted as scheduled with no injuries or damage reported. But the scale of the blast and the striking mushroom cloud have raised doubts. Residents reported no prior warning despite the timing during the Sabbath. The visuals also sparked global
It was the
speculation,
Shabbat Shalom.
with some online voices even raising nuclear fears, though no evidence supports such claims. This is not the first such incident. A similar test in 2021 caused alarm after lighting up the skies. Now, once again, a routine exercise has triggered global attention, highlighting how quickly secrecy, optics, and regional tensions can turn a test into a moment of fear.
Maybe it was MacGruber. Yeah, so nobody really believes what, I mean, if it's Israel saying it, of course, we know it's a lie, but that's what they're saying, was a controlled demolition or controlled explosion, but nobody believes that. I don't really have any more information about it. Obviously, that's by design. Israel doesn't want us to know, but we can speculate. Nice. So apparently it's being reported that Xi Jinping refused to meet with any billionaire CEOs that Trump brought along to China. He's incorruptible, folks. He's incorruptible, just like you and just like me. We're both here for the objective truth. And with that being said, I think I'm going to sign off. It's time to say goodbye. Another time, another day. I had a lot of fun. I'm going to go make some dinner, try to unwind, try to relax. I'm going to call your mom, see what she's doing. Maybe she'll come over. We can have a special evening together. But now is your time to thank me and shower me with compliments and tell me how good looking and charming and witty and fun and charismatic I am and just how much you enjoy our time together and you wouldn't trade it for the world, really. It means so much to you. You think about me always. You're obsessed. And you love me. You never knew that a love could be so profound and deep as it is now. And it frightens you, actually. Somehow. It frightens you how much you love me and how much you're going to like and subscribe to the channel because you need to give me constant validation. Otherwise, you know that I'll get upset, and you can't have that. You wouldn't want to see my tears like that. That's too much. Thank you. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. That's really, it's uncalled for, but it's also quite necessary, and I do appreciate all of that. So thank you for our time. Thank you for thanking me for sharing my time, which is very valuable. And thank you to VNGZ for the additional cheer. That's incredibly generous. Much like myself, with the time that I share with you. All right, I'll stop. Join me tomorrow. We'll do it all over again. And yeah, I think that's about it. Gosh, I love you. Mwah. All right, I'll see you next time, okay? Peace and love. I hate goodbyes, but we got to do it. Producer Berg said shut it down, so I got to go. I got to go. What can I do?